All of your gullible idiot followers should be realizing right now that you are an idiot or you are a liar. You said you would get turned away at gunpoint. I did not get turned away at gunpoint. You lied, Nathan.
The sun is shining, he's alone, raging into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laughed in this fat land at such a comical sight, to see the tune the globe had goose spewing out his shite. Shouting! Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone loves something. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? Is this an secret bit? Not come all this distance just for you to take the piss. The ice wind's blowing, here he goes, pacing like a lunatic, upside down on a spinning globe, but the best is yet to come. Oh, how we laughed in this flat land at such a comical sight, to see me tune the glove head goon spewing out his size, screaming. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. So I'm all alone here raging. Everyone loves something. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? Is this an secret place? I've not came all this distance for you to take the piss. The sun is shining, he's alone, reaching into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we
talks to you about Antarctica, you deflect it to measurement. You are a dumb liar. Every single one of your dumb followers needs to look at their lives and realize Nathan Oakley is a liar. Since 2016, he's been saying if you go to Antarctica, you will be faced with gunpoint and turned away. Where's the guns, Nathan? Where's the guns? I don't see any guns, Nathan!
Where's the guns? And we're off. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's throw it on over to Discord and see if they know where the guns are. Do you guys know where the guns are at?
No guns, but plenty of VCs.
We got VCs in the VC.
Got VCs in the VC.
We got VCs on top of VCs?
Yep.
How many VCs are in a VC?
I got 1, 2, 3, 3 VC.
3 VC?
0 guns.
And zero guns. All right, let me stop this. All right, we do have 3 VCs in here. So what are we going to do today?
Well, I was pleased that I guessed the team, so we didn't know what it was. We didn't think you was going to go with Jaren.
Oh, you're guessing.
Yeah, it's like a pre-show bet once you disappear. We don't know what you're going to do.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So you got 3 choices, right?
So we figured that was the safest because we hadn't had it for a while. It was a very low consideration point, really. It was basically just a wild guess.
That's too funny, man. You have a little game on what one I'm going to play. Mainly because I don't have any, intros, like formal introductions, because I get friggin' copyright strike. Yeah. Thanks, big guy. That'd be Adam, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying, we're going to get a mojo and we'll have to do a new one. Be very careful with the music.
Yeah, it'd have to be real careful, right? You can't, because I don't know how you would do it, because at any point they could trash that, right? Somebody else could buy it and then copyright strike, right?
That's why it's kind of Mr. Cheswick to have given us that song.
Yeah, I like the 3 choices, by the way, that I have now, to be honest with you.
I really don't understand why Earth is like a Home Depot, though.
Do you think that he just made that up off the cuff?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it didn't. I'm just saying that it's not clear to me why.
It's not clear to you why that he made it, or it's not clear to you why Jaren used it as proof for a globe.
Why it's like an Home Depot? Why is Earth? Well, yeah, if that's the claim, yeah.
Not yet. Which one?
That. Well, I don't know. I've not heard Jaren's claim on that. Then
you haven't heard that.
I'm confused. No, probably why I'm confused.
Oh, that's why you're so confused. Yeah. He made that song because Jaren, on one of his shows, right towards the end, was talking about stacking Home Depots to the left and to the right of each other, on how he went into quite great depth a couple times, where he stated that if you go into Home Depot and you measure the floors or anything, all of them, any one you go into, they're all level. And if you line them up, they'd be all level. But if you put 30,000 of them together, then they'd be curved.
So a Home Depot is a non-linear unit then?
Locally, it's linear.
It's locally linear.
Yeah, silly goof would use the Home Depot as a measure of unit, or unit of measure.
Yeah. did he get rid of that video? See, a lot of people are like that. They're like, what are you talking about? They haven't watched that. It was a pretty popular video. Can somebody snatch that?
It's been a paywall now.
Oh, is it? I gotcha. That's all right. We'll just continue to roll
From
with
the
it.
scammer that preemptively called others scammers, like Hillary Clinton.
Yep, you'll have that.
You'll have that on them tough jobs. Yep.
Yeah, we knew what he was. Kind of knew what they were doing with the old incoherent Hillary Clinton Academy of charging others with what you do. And of course, while they were doing that, they were scamming anyway. Right? So, yeah, it's all over. It's just.
Well, who's the better? I mean, who's better for a scapegoat than Nathan Oakley for the true scammers?
Sure.
Just direct all that attention to Nathan Oakley.
Sure. Yeah. All right, what else are we going to do? Oh, Brian, Mr. Irishman. So what's the big secret? What have we missed? Nice, stonewalling us.
Yeah, I'm here. I just couldn't get the mute button off. Can you give me 2 minutes? And within that 2 minutes, well, 3, maybe 4 minutes. And within that time, put the Black Swan photo up, please, on the live stream.
Yep.
One
And
potato,
I'll be back in about
2
4 minutes.
potato, 3 potato.
Shut up, you.
3 potato 4. 4 potato 5 potatoes 6 potato 6. Too funny.
More.
Oh, more? Sorry. All right, where are
I was
you?
kind of doing it like you count Mississippi's, but for Brian, we'll count potatoes.
MISSISSIPBIs.
Yeah.
Where did you go? All right.
What are we waiting for? What's going off?
Brian.
Why does Brian get to come in and go, wait 4 minutes? What's exactly taking 4 minutes? What's he washing your hands again?
He's away from the mic, Adam. You can't do that. You can't ask him that right now.
So you don't know what he's going to do.
Okay, I'm back.
All right,
Yeah,
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait.
Another 2 and a bit minutes before he's back.
Yeah, what you putting pressure on me, Adam, I said I better come in and deal with it early. Because you couldn't wait the 4 minutes. Ridiculous. Huh? No patience. The fellow who's supposed to have the most patience out of everyone has no patience.
It wasn't that. I attempted a semi-fill. Because I didn't know myself what was going on. So I thought, I'll play dumb.
All right, Black Swan photos up.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Adam, this is what it's about. Yeah, I won't tell you now because I'm going to go through it. You know. I'm going to use the Black Swan as just the example. We hear a lot of nonsense about it. Now, this is not so much for us, really, but it's something we can use, right? I say our little group. For me, maybe more a wider flat earth audience, right? When the Black Swan is shown, what's the first thing the borders want to point out? They want to, first of all, ignore the horizon completely, which is the destruction of their own paradigm. But they want to talk about the oil rigs, right? Now, technically, see, this is kind of funny, right? Only certain people may fully understand this. Technically, those oil rigs within their paradigm have been lifted up, right, from beyond their Earth curve edge via our single medium non-refraction, right? That's based off of their Earth curve edge existing. But they can never see that Earth curve edge because it's always blocked by the single medium non-refraction that they call terrestrial refraction, the distant refraction. The point being is that if we look at those oil rigs, there's two things. Now, these things have been pointed out before, but I just want to put them together. And I'm using the Black Swan as just the example, right? The poster child, as you would say, Kiwi. Do those oil rigs have an angular size?
Yep.
Right. Does that exist within our core mathematics?
No.
Is it accounted for?
No.
right? So instantaneously, how could they be lifted up from beyond the curve of a globe Earth and have an angular size? They can't be. Because within their paradigm, their actual size never changes for the observer. So they never change. They can only appear to be blocked by Earth curve. They don't actually change in actual. They don't appear to change in angular size within their paradigm because it doesn't exist within their paradigm. It's not part of the Earth curve mass. So they've removed the Earth curve. This is within their paradigm. They've removed their own Earth curve to lift up these oil rigs. Right, but the problem with that, besides the fact that they're denying addressing the horizon, the oil rigs is here within their paradigm. There's two problems. Number one, they cannot have an angular size, right, and they do, right, proving that it's not a globe. Number two, they cannot have shadows underneath them, as shadows do not refract. So, is there shadows underneath those oil rigs?
Hard to see on that one, but on the other. Wait a second, I got the other one. 1 second.
Platform Hill House. You can see it there already. Just
can you see it?
Where go up to the P, there's the edge, and then you can see the shadow.
It's hard. It's hard to make out. Maybe I'm not looking at a big enough photo of it.
The answer is there is actually shadows there, right? Because they were pointed out this is one of the things that people pointed out when the argument first came out, when they were laughing at the ball I was talking about the oil rigs. Now, shadows are not part of refraction. Shadows do not refract. So there is an horizon that is well beyond what their geometric edge, right, could be from a 1 foot observer height, right? So within their paradigm, anything past 1.225 miles, which is the maximum distance that an observer from 1 foot will be able to see before they start getting blocked by their curved edge. Anything past that, right, that's shown, right? Anything past that. Number one, it debunks their geometry. Number two, anything past that cannot have an angular size and cannot have a shadow. Now we have an horizon that's at least 10 miles away, right? That is a horizontal, because that's where the name horizontal comes from. The horizon has rate of slope 0, and there's an angular size to both oil rigs and the shadows underneath them. So any mention of anything to do with a globe in all directions is destroyed by that one image. And that's just one image, because basically every image will destroy it. Technically, if you understand the paradigm and the maths, every single image ever will destroy them. Because they always have to, always as a standard, add 7/6. Right, of a radius. That means they're always, as a standard, claiming that their horizon is not the geometric edge of a globe Earth. That means they're always claiming that whatever we're seeing has to be projected up from below their curve edge horizon. Right, and because everything always has an angular size, and shadow constantly exists at all distances. So there is no way out of that. So it's just extra dimensions to the black swan and any image that you're ever presented. That was what I wanted to go through.
All right, yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, the angular size thing, yeah. They're done. Okay, fair enough.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I wanted to go through.
All right, is that it? We done for today?
The globe is done. Go on.
I'll just agree. If we're done, yeah, fine.
Hey, fine. Yeah, I got stuff I got to do. Yeah, no problem.
Bring on the numpty. Right. It's nice to see. They're going backwards. They're regressing. Like today. Like what we're witnessing. So it's nice for us to go back a little bit and just remind him of a little bit more pain. Ages since he brought out the black swan. Well done, Brian. She's lovely. Put that back up. I was about to do a little couple of numbers. 9.41. 708. And what was the other one? 6 what? How far away was
6.21.
Yeah, so it's 400 inches. By 12. Yeah, 33 foot. The other platform should. Just to remind me, see, when you're looking at this image, it's not. What you don't do when you're applying ball maths to it is go 9 miles minus 6 miles is 3 miles. So you do 3 times 3 times 8 inches. So it should only be, whatever that is, 9 times 8, 72. 6 foot. But it isn't that. What you've got to do is remember that curvature on a ball is cumulative. So you've got 6.21 times 6.21 times 8 inches. Take that away from 9.41 times 9.41 times 8 inches. And that gives you 33 foot instead of 6 foot. But the platform that you can see in the picture is higher than the one, because of perspective. Should actually, so ballers will try and mitigate that. Should only be, let's say, a 6 foot difference, but it should actually be a 33 foot in their world, which relates to what Brian was saying. Even if you apply a standard 7/6R, that doesn't explain in that image, because you've got to apply more over 6R to the back platform so that the full image renders like, what's the word? A flat plane. So that's why it's so miraculous.
So you're giving them the invisible three-toed gnomes as a plausible explanation. So even then, even with the invisible three-toed gnomes, they still don't have a case. Is that what your claim is?
No, well, no, I just like just remembering the maths.
Oh, yeah.
Don't get mugged off and allow it to be 3 miles difference between the platforms and 3 times 3 times 8 inches. It's not. It's a differential of 9.4 squared minus 6.2.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Can you say it over again? I'm writing it down.
No. Sorry.
I'm just messing with you, Adam. I haven't had a chance to mess with you for a while. So, were you guys waiting for me yesterday?
We were. Well, it's your cryptic message.
It's not cryptic. I told you.
Right, it wasn't cryptic. No, you're right. It just wasn't bloody clear.
It was bloody clear. What did I tell you yesterday? I'm going to go right now. An hour and a half before you guys were supposed to have book review, this is my message. I'm out at my 1:30. And if you look at the time that it was posted 11:51. I even said, that's 1 hour and 40 minutes from now, sir. So that means when I posted this, you have an hour and 40 minutes, or then I'm out.
But we were there waiting.
No, you weren't. No one was there.
We were. And then, you see, what wasn't clear was how long we didn't know where he was going, how long he was going to be. So we waited.
I'm out means I'm out for the day. That's it.
Batsy shared their chicken pie. I tell you what.
Yeah, chicken pot pie is puke worthy. Number one. Before we get to that. Now, I came on to the show, right? And immediately within 30 seconds, Nathan closes the show out and leaves. Right? And I'm like, what the piss? Yeah? So I left. And then I messaged you. So that's how that went. So as long as we understand. Now, are you aware of the cryptic message that I gave you in the book Skype? Any cryptic thing about that?
No, that was clear and concise. It was like one of these new modern apps where you update your diary and fully understood where you're at. No go, may be good.
Yeah, it was. Where the heck is that at? Now that Skype's acting fruity.
Have you not moved to Teams?
Yeah, I got Teams. I don't like it, number one, but I got it. I like the old Skype.
I can't find where you change the text size. So my old eyes are struggling.
Mine too. It's prohibitive in many instances. I just don't understand why you would change something that works so well. Everyone understands it, but you go to something else. I don't get it. I just don't. Now I'm trying to find the. Go ahead.
If you get the app, it just looks like Skype. It's just like virtually the same.
I had a bear of a time getting on the Teams because it gave me two identities. The friggin' morons, right? So Betty and I had a hell of a time getting it squared away. It's not all the way squared away, but at least I could pull it up and receive messages. Haven't tried anything, like calling anyone yet or anything like that.
Shout out, Betty.
Yeah, so here's my book availability this week. Tuesday, no go. Wednesday, no go. Thursday, maybe. Friday, good. The Thursday I may change to good. Are you good Thursday?
Yes, sir.
Blatzy,
Yes.
you good Thursday?
Should be. Yeah, should be.
Friday? You good Friday, Adam?
Later on, yeah.
What do you mean, how much later on?
1:30 your time.
1:30 my time. Blatzy, you good Friday?
Yeah, if we do it that time during the day, I have a date with Sterling that night, so I need to get ready.
So how long
Takes me
does
a minute to get ready, so
How many?
maybe about an hour. It's
What
a
could you
date
do
night, so
for
I
an
want
hour?
to dress up.
Okay, I got you. I'm tracking with you. So that means 2 hours. So that's 2
Yeah,
hours up.
You're a smart man. You're a
Yeah,
smart man.
I know that. Okay. All right. So we good. We understand. So if I'm not around and Nathan questions, we're good, right? Thursday and Friday. Thursday at my 12, Friday at my 12:30. Yes?
Yep.
Fair enough. All right. Let me get rid of Skype. Then we'll get on to the show. I was in politics.
I mean, just so you know,
Oh.
me and Flatsy did write a bit last night.
I'll have to review
Didn't
that. Make sure and post that
I
to me.
said he would. I said, let's not get too carried away.
No, I'm only kidding. Where did you go? What chapter were? Chapter 3?
Yeah, 3.
Okay. All right. Let me take this down.
It
So
was.
we're
We were just writing the bit about the analogy between fur coats to traverse a wardrobe and spacesuits to traverse.
Oh, on that. We need to get past that and drive the heck on.
We think we have.
Okay.
Don't we, Flats?
I can live with that. I'm tired of looking at that.
Amen. Smash one big sentence up into two.
That's it. I love it. Go. All right. So we're going to move on from that. We're going to move on to the substance of the show. So I was in politics the other day, and somebody mentioned that Professor Phil Belland had showed up in politics. What a moron, right? And I'm thinking, I said, oh, what about that Numpty clip? I got a signature Numpty clip with Professor Phil Belland. And Flatsy was making fun of me because I started playing it. It got quiet in politics, so usually I should deafen and mute and go and do my thing, but I don't. I left it undeafened, and I started playing it. I was listening to it, and it came to my attention that Professor Phil Belland is most likely the greatest flat earth advocate that I've ever heard. And we're going to go through that today. Because I think if there was one numpty clip that I could, they said, all right, Kiwi, you got one numpty clip you can give to any fence rider or any GlobeTARD or a Globie that would convince them that the earth is flat, it would be this one, hands down. There isn't another one. You're going to see why. So we're going to play this. How are we going to do this? You guys are going to ask me to stop.
You've got to historicize Professor Phil. Who is he?
Professor Phil. Well, what was that rhetorical?
He's a glue sniffer.
Yes, he's a glue sniffer.
How did we find out he was a glue sniffer? Because it's Professor Phil. Now, this guy purports to be a real professor, unlike Professor Dave, who admits he failed high school, whatever it was. Yeah. But this guy purports to be so, I think, from some place in India.
Yes. So
as McToon will tell you, they're all scammers.
Yes.
He's racist. So
That's
don't
right.
necessarily take it.
Correct. Now, I think he went into a little bit of detail. He was a water physicist or something. I don't know. It was back. I remember Basana was on this channel, so that was a long time ago. When Professor.
You're kidding me, right?
No, I'm not kidding you.
Water physicist, and he's oh my god.
Yeah, he did hydrology or something like that. I don't know. Robert went and chased it down. I didn't really care. I just wanted that professor of physics on his title because that's pretty important for me. Because I like an actual, professor of physics. Now, we're saying actual. We're just going by what he said and what Robert could scare up. But all things point to him being a professor of physics. Whether it's Tuco Community College in Tobago, mail order degree section, or whatever. Doesn't matter. Professor of physics is physics, you're a professor of physics. And this numpty clip, and it's kind of long, but I don't really care. Because the longer it is, the better. I know that's what she's...
Just to point out from a biased point of view, I'm not doing it to undermine. From our point of view, we want him to be a professor. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because what he'll say will really help us. So him being a professor is useful.
Yes. Well, he's legitimate. He's not your average skank and fall baltard. Right? So he's an actual... He's certifiable. He's what do they call it? Oh, man. The word eludes me.
Legitimate authority.
I wasn't looking for that. Looking for something else. He's... What the fuck is that word? He's bona fide. And that's what it is. Bona fide, boy. So, okay, we're going to go through this. It's going to be a little muddled because it has my comments in it, but you guys can stop it. I'll probably stop it just to get your take on it, but we're going through this. Oh, yes, we are. I made that decision the other day, and that's it. That was final.
All right. Full numpty clip.
Yeah. This is classic. So this is Professor of Physics, Phil Belland. Ladies and gentlemen, this numpty dipshit glue sniffer. The greatest... Shut up. The greatest flat earth advocate on the plane. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, just reading my play, I wanted to see... See, what I found out is I'm trying to correlate the backs of people's head. So I was hoping it was going to be a real video, and I wanted to see how flat the back of his head was. To see if it was in line.
Does he still have a YouTube channel?
You say you can't tell there.
No, you can't tell there. Does he still have... Remember he had a YouTube channel? He had that whiteboard? That friggin' asshat whiteboard?
I might open up another little window while you're playing.
Open up a window and see if you can't... Yeah, because we're going to have to confirm that because we got...
Oh, boy.
How many flatheads we got so far? 2?
We got Wolfie.
Yep.
We've
You guys are old biddies sitting on
You've
the
got
porch
drink-
gossiping.
We got McBooger
Citation,
Eater.
please.
Yeah, hold on. We got McBooger Eater. We have Wolfie. We got Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy. They all got flatheads. Go find it. All right. Like I said, this is not. This is from some time ago. It says 3 years ago. It's probably back a little further than that. Let me hear the intro. The Snoz particle chef, Professor Booger Eater Phil Belland, back from his Nobel Prize winning "Water Vapor is a Gas" is the dumbest thing I ever heard. June 2021. So June 2021. Here we go.
Okay, so you understand, and this is tried to be explain to you that the atmosphere is not the same as how we describe gas pressure.
So anyone want to deal with that before I kill it?
I missed it. I didn't have to watch stream.
You don't have to have the live stream up. I got it in Discord.
No, the watch stream. I didn't have the watch stream on. I thought I had, but I didn't have. So now I have to pay the price.
Okay, that's all right. I'll just take them to the woodshed right now. Wrong. Phil, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. A paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Number 2, your train wreck atmosphere is made up of gases at pressure. So how are gases at pressure not the same as gas pressure? You dumbass cracker.
You understand?
What's the atmosphere made of, Professor? If I may.
So it's made out of different gases.
So it's made out of different gases at pressure. So again, how is that different from gas pressure?
Do you understand that things fall? Do you accept that things fall to the ground?
Oh, brother. Yeah, we accept that some things fall and that other things rise, like helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, water vapor, etc.
Do you accept that? Do you accept that moisture from the sea rises? Do you accept that?
Yeah, it's called water vapor. That thing you had some difficulty with some months back? Jeez. So, just to get you up to speed, he was on Jose's JG Retard show when Sean, the crackhead Hawkins, came on and said, do you know the guys over at FED are saying that water vapor is a gas? And every one of them started laughing because they didn't know that water vapor was a gas. And Phil Belland was a part of it, and you could hear him in the background. I don't know if somebody asked him for his opinion. Can't remember that far back. I have it on another numpty clip. However, he said that water vapor is a gas is the dumbest thing he's ever heard. That's what that's referencing. Just wanted you to know.
Yeah, but it was only for 2 days, QE.
Yeah, it was only for 2 days. That's right.
No, it was actually what their defense was after spending 4 days, if I remember correctly. 4 days they spent laughing at us before they actually found out that water vapor was a gas, right? And him being a supposed hydrologist, right? Right? That their defense was, no, we only were wrong for 3 days. That is sick. I mean, there's no defense there. There's just shut the F up. That's what that is. That's the time for that. Not say it was only for 3 days and not 4, because that's not changing the situation.
That's what Nathan told me. It wasn't that long ago when I brought it up. I said, or we played that Sean the Crackhead Hawkins. We played that numpty clip. And Nathan came to their defense and said, listen, they did come back a couple days later and said they were wrong. And I was like, you think that's a defense?
A couple of days. So a whole group of adults couldn't figure out, even with Google at their fingertips, that water vapor was a gas. There is no defense.
No. Even without Wiki Google, if you don't know that water vapor is a gas just off the cuff, you shouldn't be in this discussion. You should be picking up cans alongside the road. Supervised. Bombs. Do you like that? My son is walking through the hallway and he heard me say that. I heard him snickering as he went by. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Adam, you still with us?
Yeah, I've concluded my craniological study.
He doesn't have a flathead.
So that's what I thought.
Did you uncover something else? Because from the front, let's take a look. From the front right here, it looks like it's just like a friggin' disformed ball.
Yeah. Just that's what you think. But what I'm going to have to do, I've got the timestamps. I'm going to get screenshots from my phone, send it you. But I'm a bit shocked, so I'm going to have to get another glass of wine first.
Okay.
Hold on a minute. Can we prove that's not a prosthetic curve?
No, we can't. That's a good one, a prosthetic. Haven't thought about that. All right, here we go. Professor Numpty Dipshit. Some things fall and others rise. Is there a point to your brain-dead queries?
Do you accept that molecules have mass? Do you accept that they weigh, that they have, that
yes.
They would weigh something?
No. You or anyone else can't even define mass, for goodness sakes. At the very best, it's but a concept. Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific contexts, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity.
And you accept that weight is a function of both mass.
And? Go ahead.
Sorry, I was on mute. Sorry. They always ask these vague. I tipped it twice, I think, with my finger. They always ask these vague and non-specific agreement ladder questions. Like, do you agree that molecules have mass? Like, now that is such a load of people rubbish, right? But if you say yes to that, that's it. You're in their web of rubbish straight away.
Yep.
Because, as you just pointed out, mass is a joke, right? When it comes to any kind of definition of it, there's literally three different definitions in the bloody, right? Maybe more, right? Mass is a joke, and molecules. Which molecules are you referring to, Phil Bell?
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? So if I say yes to that, I'm agreeing to the existence of mass. I'm agreeing that molecules I have mass. And you know what? Someone next, exactly what he's about to say.
Yep.
Okay.
And acceleration.
Wrong. Weight in your fairy tale dreamland dumpster fire is W equal mg. Mg love you long time. That train wreck progeny was derived vis-a-vis its daddy, F equal ma. Unfortunately for you and your bellowing BALLBUSTERS brethren, all of the laws from Newton, of which F equal ma is part of, have been superseded and toppled from the throne by Einstein 106 years ago. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal MA was filleted then fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick, can you educate this wiki-parroting pretender clown BALLBUSTERS bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal MA is false,
fatality,
and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada. Therefore, if F equal MA is false, and it is, meaning it never existed, then W equal mg, its progeny, never existed, leaving you holding the W equal mg, mg love you long time, empty baggy. Capiche? Sunshine.
Do you accept that things fall?
That you're retarded? Yes, we accept that you're retarded. Yes.
Do you accept that things fall at the same rate?
No. A 25-pound anvil and 25 pounds worth of feathers will not fall at the same rate, Sunshine. Moreover, some things don't fall at all, like helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and water vapor, among others. You know, Phil, you sound like a numpty dork getting ready to faceplant into a dumpster fire you prepared for yourself.
Define mass for me, Professor.
Okay, so everything is made out of atoms. Would you agree with that?
Are you high right now?
Everything is not made out of atoms, Professor Numpty Dipshit. Electrons, neutrons, protons, and light are some shining examples. And physics professor. Everything is made out of atoms, belly laugher, is not the definition of mass. It's a feeble, incoherent red herring fallacy.
Do you agree that the stuff going up is H2O?
Yes, more specifically, water vapor, which is a gas. Do you still think that water vapor is a gas? Is the dumbest thing you ever heard?
And you agree that when it does become a gas, it rises up, and then eventually, if there's enough of it, it'll come down as rain. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it condenses into a liquid and will eventually fall as some form of precipitation.
So you agree that gases have mass and that they are attracted to the Earth?
No, I already exposed your mass train wreck. And do you like that?
Yeah, that's naughty, isn't it? That's a great example of how they'll cheat and try and deceive. But didn't he just admit that it was a gas?
Yeah, but then he converted it to a liquid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Evidence has been sent. It's in Master B.
Okay, let me pull a J on. Let me pull one J on here.
Get your red pen out.
No way. All right, let's see. Master B.
We got a lot of that going on. There's a train happening.
Is that dark?
What's the speed of dark?
Yeah, it's too dark, Adam.
What?
Too dark. Can't see it. And he has some hair back there left, and that's muddying the composition. We need something better than that.
What? So he combs his hair flat at the back.
All right, let's put it up. Yeah, you can't. It's hard to tell.
Come on. Look at the jerry curl at the bottom.
There could be a bump right here. So, I grant you, this part right here, that's just flat. Right? Granted. All right.
And you're just 1 millimeter above that. That stuff is flat.
Hold on a second. Let me cut his dipshittery on his asinine whiteboard off. So what you're saying here is that I need to do some red penning?
I'm just saying it. Bring out the protractor.
You guys are doing too much.
This is clinical evidence. There you go. There it is.
I know that. I got to save it. I'll do it because Adam went and tracked it down.
That's 4. That's 4. You see?
All right. Wait a second. He's getting added to blockheads. 1, 2. What can I say? I can't remember what I saved the other ones as. We'll just go 5. That's safe. All right, so let's get rid of this, get rid of that. Let's take this away. Where'd you go?
You realize that if you come across a flat earther with a flat head at the back, that's going to ruin it.
No, it's not. Don't give them the friggin' antidote. So we gotta go.
I think that's bad.
Flathead.
Wait until they come out.
Go on, John. Sorry.
The flathead
I was just going to say, wait till they come out with the debunking where they prove their head is round, therefore Earth's a globe.
All right.
There we go.
Here we go.
This is now starting to constitute a proper clinical study.
Are we doing
it's
science?
proper. This is not proper. Goodness.
All right.
We haven't seen your heads yet, the back of your head, so I'd be quiet. You might be
The back of my head is not flat.
Look at that.
That's exactly what a flathead would say.
Sure.
Now these two. These last two. These are scary. Flat. Scary. All right. That's the scariest, by the way, just so you know. That's the winner. Now,
but it's how we know who's a liar.
Sorry.
Because you can... Go on, I'll go on.
No, I'm good.
I was going to say Bob is the flattest out of the two.
Definitely. Yeah, Bob is the winner. This is a little dicey, Adam. You're going to have to do a little bit more research on this. However, I grant you from where the lines are to where the lines are, yeah.
Come on. You know.
Well, you can tell because Will Duffy has a round head that he's obviously knows it's not a globe and he's only lying. Whereas the others, you can kind of give them a bit of leeway and go,
No.
they do think it's a globe because they got a flat head.
No.
You should have flat head. Flatty.
What you're doing, Huey, you're getting Brian to make these bold statements because of this.
Well, just wait a few seconds. He's going to start divining complete strangers' thoughts.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he's got power, man.
I can't divine thoughts. I'm just trying to give you science and show you this correlative study. Yeah, the flatter the head, the bigger the baller. Science, baby.
Well, but wouldn't thoughts flow differently if a head was flat at the back?
Brian, you've seen the pictures.
The prosecution rests. Fall is some form of precipitation.
So you agree that gases have mass and that they are attracted to the Earth?
No. I already exposed your mass train wreck, and gases aren't attracted towards the Earth. If you think they are, then you haven't the first
Pause. On that picture where we were analysing his cranium, right, on his whiteboard, the bit you cut out, he had PV equals nRT.
Yeah, I've seen that. Do you want me to pull that back up?
Well, just as a point, and this is why he's useful as a professor, he does know what he's on about. But what he's just said there is that gravity affects gas molecules. Whereas previously stated, gas molecules move freely in all directions based on their last collision, he's now said that's not true. Yeah, they're affected by gravity. So they might bounce off up, but they're going to get pulled down a bit, is what he's invoking here. But this is why he's useful as a professor. Why he'd try and take this nonsense and put it on a whiteboard behind him. Hilarious. And then
When they bounce up, they run out of energy, and they fall back down.
Oh boy. All right, let's go to Master B. Let's see if we can find PV equals NRG. All right, PV equal NRT. Where's the G?
It's got to be minus G, remember, or plus G. Because remember, if its last collision was going down, then it's going to increase speed, isn't it? Whereas if it's going up, it's going to be minus G. Not well known.
Not well known
behavior.
Yeah, that's higher than, that's one step higher than A level.
How are you going to describe up and down relative to a sphere?
You're not.
With a flat.
What a flathead. Oh boy. Gas behavior at a grade school level and are in direct contradiction with Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics.
Things that have mass will fall to the Earth at the same rate. We agree with that?
You need to be institutionalized.
This is why we have an atmosphere, because all the gas molecules fall to the Earth at the same rate.
So all the gas molecules... Go ahead.
Well, that's a contradiction in itself. Because they got mass, but they fall at the same rate, even though they got different mass. I mean, my first objection was to invoke mass, particularly in this sense, yeah, with regards to a gas molecule. But then to say that they all fall at the same rate because of the mass, when they've got different mass, if you're going to allow mass,
right? Yeah, that's a contradiction. Right there. I mean, it's a contradiction within a retarded nightmare. So what should we pick out? The contradiction within the retarded nightmare or the retarded nightmare?
I think it's just a fib. And the big fat fib. Sometimes it's all, you can stick something in a model for one of these, a better phraseology, and simplify it, where you will chemistry is good at that, contradicting itself a little bit later on, but maintaining a truth. That's not what's happened here. There is no maintaining of truth when you invoke that gas behavior is affected by gravity. It's just not substantiated in any way, and it doesn't happen. Moreover, it's contrary to gas behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, that begs the question then. Where are all the gas molecules that have all this mass fall on the Earth? The gases would have to be made high in their atmosphere, wouldn't they? So they could fall? Yes?
Yeah, there'd have to be a gas factory up in the top of their atmosphere.
For them to fall, right?
Well, it'd have to be. It wouldn't be possible for them to go up, according to what Phil is promoting, would it?
That's funny. The majority of gas created, the majority of oxygen created, let's get specific, on the Earth is right at or near or beneath the surface by phytoplankton and zooplankton. So they're producing gas, and the gas has mass, so the gas is falling? Where's it falling to? And how are you breathing?
Where's it falling? Yeah, it's kind of like where you're getting your oxygen, Globers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of that question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Prove it's a globe.
The trouble is, though, as soon as it's doing that, it's no longer behaving like gas.
Yes.
Hence, back to the contradiction.
And then we have another problem with the hydrologic cycle, Mr. Hydrologic friggin' professor. you're going to have big problems with the water cycle there, too, because you see the sun, that big heat ball in the sky, it comes out and it shines its light on water, right? And it breaks the hydrogen bonds in water and turns water into a gas. I know you have a problem with this, but oh boy. So the water vapor then goes where?
Down further.
It goes down further. It's raining on the Titanic. Is it?
Yes, it is. It's raining. It's raining on the Titanic.
If Phil Belland was a flat earther asserting this, I could call him an idiot. But as a glober saying that gas is falling down, he just doesn't know where he is, does he?
No, he does not. This is quite disturbing.
He's a professor, isn't he? With a whiteboard behind him with PV equals nRT. So he must know what he's talking about when he tells you that gas molecules are affected by gravity. That's the falseness of it. Yeah, he's lying to maintain. For what reason? Yeah, do they need to be affected? Only to maintain gas pressure without a container, to defy another natural law. It's the only reason you'd invoke it. The only reason it's necessary, and therefore contradicts natural law. Its sole purpose is to defend a ball. So you start with a lie. PV equals nRT plus or minus G.
He didn't invoke gravity just yet. He said because they have mass, they fall. So he hasn't said it just yet.
He hasn't, but I'm saying what's the only reason you would want to go into the loony bin, defy natural law, defy what you just listed, all those gas laws that you just stated, yeah?
Yep.
Back in the day. Why would you want to oppose those with no evidence?
He's a fanatical religious zealot.
This is one of the arguments I had with Grok, isn't it?
Yes.
We talked about it in gas pressure without containment on the Earth. It gives all the plausible. And then I kindly ask it then, could you please show an example of gas pressure without containment? And he says no. Just succinctly, I like that about Grok. It's not like a baller. Yeah? It will defend the ball, but when asked for it, and this is what a ball will do, though, it will now lie. Go, well, look at the sky. Or what's 0 dimensions?
Zero.
Well,
oh my God.
Well, just on that point, Adam, we all know what he's implying, right, Phil? That. So the agreement that he started 2 or 3 or somebody is all based around him at the end saying, see, gravity, right? It's all based on, so he's several questions away from that big statement. That's what he's trying to do.
You anticipate.
It's obvious what he's trying to do.
Anticipate.
Well, I don't need to use my divination skills for this one. Let's be honest. Do you want to place a bet that that's not where he's going? Because you can forget your future bow purchases, because I'm going to be a rich man. Point of order, too, if you don't mind. Kiwi's gone.
He thought you were going to go on longer, didn't he?
Nah, I'm still here. I was hollering out from my doorway. I was listening to you. I'm still good. I had to square something away. We're good. Here we go.
Just before you go.
What?
Sorry, I said a minute ago, as you would say, I used the term you use, point of order. Do we all agree that until Flatsy proves that the back of her head is not flat, she's got a flat head?
Great.
Very odd she chose to defend it, didn't she?
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, that's what people with flat heads would usually do.
Gosh, there's no winning with you guys, so I don't care.
Well, just relax, Sarah.
How did you try to defend it then? Sorry.
Just relax, Sarah.
Okay.
Even though that the gas law states that there needs, for it to be gas, you have to have walls for the gas to bounce off to create the pressure as stated in PSI.
No, and that is precisely where you're mistaken. Okay, where your knowledge just isn't sufficient. Okay, so let me help you with that.
You couldn't help a bionic woman with.
What a rebuttal! No, you're a retard. Yeah.
Yep.
You just stated what PSI is. Pounds per square inch. Pounds per square inch of what?
Surface area.
Yeah, of the container.
Yep.
Now, you might be part of the container when you're in the bigger container, but that's still what it's pushing on the surfaces of. Yeah? Phil's now opposed that and claimed, no, you just don't understand what the definition that's clear and obvious.
Yep.
Okay.
P
So let me help.
V equals nRT. In this case, V is the available volume of the container.
Yep. Yes, sir.
You with that.
You couldn't help the bionic woman with hearing if you tied her to the back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant. You're an imbecile.
Which gravity are we referring to, Professor? Let's define terms.
There is only one gravity, Montreal.
There is only one gravity, huh? From NASA, lessons for students. There's two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. Why wouldn't that professor of physics know that? Oh boy.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, sir, on that.
No, there's only one. So let me explain.
You heard of Newton, sir? You heard of Newton?
Yeah. You're asking me, a professor of physics, if I heard.
Yes, because this professor of physics is claiming that there's only one gravity.
Yes, there is only one gravity. There's gravity falls to the ground. Let me explain to you a little.
Gravity falls to the ground? Did everyone hear that? There's only one gravity. Gravity falls to the ground. Let's hear that one more time. You absolute retard.
This professor of physics is claiming that there's only one gravity.
Yes, there is only one gravity. There's gravity falls to the ground. Let me explain.
Oh boy.
Yes, because this professor of physics is claiming that there's only one gravity.
Yes, there is only one gravity. There's gravity falls to the ground. Let me explain to you a little bit about this, just so that perhaps you'll understand.
Gravity falls to the ground? What the f***?
Gravity falls to the ground.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like, are you seriously expecting me to take that from a supposed physics professor? Those statements, you know what I mean? It's obvious that he knows that what SE Montreal is referring to instantly shows him to be out of date in his own paradigm and wrong. Right?
Yeah.
So instead of just admitting, yeah, there is more than one, there is two, and then going into the history, he decides to say, no, there's only one, and then say, gravity falls to the ground. So what's the cause of gravity falling then? That's just made it into an object, hasn't it?
I don't know. I don't think it really needs any evaluation. Gravity falls to the ground? What the fuck?
Gravity falls to the ground.
You are so dumb. Damn.
And there's only one gravity, eh, Professor? From NASA.gov, lessons for students. There's two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. Duh.
What we're talking about here is observe Newton's laws, which observes how gravity works. This is how I managed to get a satellite from one orbital range to another orbital range.
Yes, and Anna Nicole married for love, and Pol Pot was her florist. Newton's laws observes how gravity works? Eh? Forgive me, but you're a bumbling, imbecilic, Dunning-Kruger buffoon of the highest order. A genuine window licker. Number 1, reification fallacy. Debunked laws don't observe other debunked laws. Number 2, Newtonian mechanics, that is, the laws of motion and gravity, were wholesale debunked and replaced over 106 years ago, then had its guts ripped out by quantum mechanics shortly thereafter, as already detailed. Number 3, so you use Newtonian gravity to maneuver your second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale satellites? Professor Gez from UCLA, Department of Physics and Astronomy, would vapor lock from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome if she heard that delusional horsepuckery. From the aforementioned Professor Andrea Ghez, UCLA, Professor of Physics and Astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Gez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Do you use phlogiston to fire up your Barbie? Clown.
It describes what happens in the atmosphere within it. In other words, gases go up from the Earth, they come down as rain.
Really? So we have helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen rain, Professor.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Put it this way, Montreal. Let's say, for instance, I owed you, $1 billion, $1,000 million, and I gave you 1 cent. Would you theoretically say that I gave you any money back?
This is friggin' painful.
What is that?
Gave him 1 cent.
I don't know, man. It was really stupid. Oh, that's desperately getting it. Instead of just doing what Brian did today, oh, I got that little bit wrong. They'll double down on this shit, invoke their qualifications that they've put satellites in space, and then come up with their, right, let me put it this way. I owed you £1 million, 100,000 million, and I gave you 1 cent. Would you say I've given you anything back? I don't know.
Yeah.
But
you gave me 1 cent.
I wonder what you've just been sniffing mid-sentence to just completely go tangential to your position. Use a global term. What is this? It's desperate chaff and misdirect. Because they've got nothing.
Retard chaff and retard misdirect. He just screwed himself with it. Go ahead.
He's a professor, isn't he? So he should have something. What he's shown so far as a professor is he doesn't understand gas law.
He's definitely not an accountant.
Would you theoretically say that I gave you any money back?
This is friggin' painful. You gave him 1 cent back, and not theoretically. Next block of instruction, how to breathe. Then look at a horse.
I've told you this many times. There's no truth in science.
Factually incorrect, Crayon Muncher. There's no truth in pseudoscience, that which you mindlessly parrot. Moreover, if there's no truth in your self-purported profession, knuckle-dragger, wouldn't that ipso facto make you a liar?
You're an intellectual dumbass.
Professor Bell.
Yeah, go ahead.
We always talk about experiments that we can do. Are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related to the Earth that you personally have done?
Well, look, I have to do I wouldn't even call them experiments. They have to be real life things. In other words, it's not by accident that we get a satellite to be 36,000 kilometers above the Earth. It has to be so precise, because we don't want people on the ground having to readjust They're satellite dishes on your house.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
For instance, I've got one on my house that's been there untouched for 12 years. That's because it's been pointing at a particular satellite that's giving me my television thing. Now,
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
a good thing for those people who do control this satellite, because they make sure that it stays where it's meant to stay. And why does it stay there? It stays there because it's a precise range, a precise distance from the Earth, and therefore moving at a precise speed, so that it stays with the Earth as the Earth spins. This couldn't happen if the Earth wasn't a sphere. And the millions, the hundreds of millions of dollars that we have to commit.
Appeal to calm.
You and
Professor
snoring.
Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
For instance, on a rocket with a satellite, we put all of that money up there knowing what it's going to do, being able to make such incredibly precise predictions.
Professor Bell.
With all of this money, it would be impossible to if there was any guesswork in it anymore. We don't have to guess. All of these things are so precisely defined. And what's amazing is that these things were defined so long ago when these people had so little to work with.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
I mean, gosh, imagine if they had the technology that we have now, how much more, how much further ahead we'd be. If you have a look at one single photograph, it's probably one of the most amazing photographs ever.
Professor Bell. Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
And that is around about 50 people sitting on a bench at the Solway Convention. You are...
Professor Bell.
You are looking at the most amazing minds that have ever walked on this planet. Right there.
Professor Bell.
Enjoy it. Look at it. Read their history. Learn something about what they came up with. You know, for freshman physics, our curriculum's crowded enough without worrying about trying to demonstrate that the Earth is a sphere. There's so many other things.
Yeah, why demonstrate anything when you just brainwash them? From Singamano, Teaching and Propaganda, Physics Today, Volume 53, June 2000, page 54. Professor admits physics profs brainwash students with propaganda. And I use that trust to effectively brainwash them. We who teach introductory physics have to acknowledge that if we are honest with ourselves, that our teaching methods are primarily those of propaganda. We appeal without demonstration.
Our curriculum's crowded enough without worrying about trying to demonstrate.
To evidence that supports our position. We only introduce arguments or evidence that support the currently accepted theories and omit or gloss over any evidence to the contrary. We give short shrift to alternative theories, introducing them only in order to promptly demolish them, again by appealing to undemonstrated counter-evidence. We drop the names of famous scientists and Nobel Prize winners to show that we are solidly on the side of the scientific establishment. All of this is designed to demonstrate the inevitability of the ideas we currently hold, so that if students reject what we say, they are declaring themselves to be unreasoning and illogical, unworthy of being considered as modern thinking people. Of course, we do all this with the best of intentions and complete sincerity. I have good reasons for employing propaganda techniques to achieve belief.
Say what?
So I, like all my colleagues, teach the way I do because I have little choice. But it is brainwashing nonetheless.
Uh-oh!
When the dust settles, what I'm asking my students to do is accept what I say because I, as an accredited representative of my discipline, profession, and academia, say it. All the reason, logic, and evidence that I use simply disguise the fact that the students are not yet in a position to sift and weigh the evidence and arrive at their own conclusions. End of citation.
Newton didn't give gravity a definition. Newton simply worked out how gravity works.
So Newton figured out how gravity works, as opposed to Einstein, who did what?
Einstein is the one who told us how it works.
Mr. Belland, when you juxtapose positions, you're contrasting them. That is, you're showing how they are different from one another. In your juxtaposition between Newton and Einstein, you said,
Newton simply worked out how gravity works.
Then you contrasted with Einstein and said,
Einstein is the one who told us how it works.
There's no difference here, booger eater. Unless you're implying Isaac Newton, who figured out how gravity works, according to you, was a mute who also couldn't write, who then needed Einstein to tell us how gravity works 250 years later. Ergo, Mr. Belland, unless you can show that Isaac Newton was a mute who couldn't write, you've just unequivocally demonstrated that you're a double-speaking retard. Capiche, sunshine? And to dot all the T's and cross the I's with your dumpster fire here.
He simply described how it works.
Simply describe how? Law of identity violation. Descriptions only pertain to what's and is's. Explanations, on the other hand, pertain to the hows and whys. You need to start over again. As in primary school, try and pay attention this time. I'd also highly suggest a few basic reasoning courses along the way. Clown.
Inside of Einstein's field equations is Newton's work.
Newton's, exactly.
Oh,
Are you serious? Are you...
Yes, and Liberace's sister was a Saudi prince, a Mau fighter pilot, and Sasquatch. It's funny, these crayon-munching window lickers been claiming this for a couple years now. Whenever challenged to support this contradictory cockamamie horsepucky dumpster fire, they obfuscate or run away. First of all, this isn't science. It's mathematics, specifically geometry. How in the world can the natural law violating Einstein's field equations, which pertain to pseudo-Riemannian 4 space, have anything whatsoever to do with Euclidean 3 space? Answer, it doesn't. It's non sequitur. Hey, BALLBUSTERS bozos, you're missing a dimension.
Ay, caramba!
Number 2, disregarding their ability to even define mass, with Reverend John Michel Cavendish CV Boy's gravity, remember Newton said he didn't want to have anything to do with the fairy tale horseshit gravity, there's no problems calculating with two or more masses. However, with Einstein's field equations, you can't calculate anything using two or more masses. From their alma mater wiki, as the field equations are nonlinear, they cannot always be completely solved. For example, there is no known complete solution for a space-time with two massive bodies in it. So unless you have a completely empty universe, or a universe with only one mass, you can't use Einstein's field equations. Number 3. If Einstein's field equations contain Newton's for gravity, then Einstein's field equations in general relativity debunks special relativity. From Britannica.com, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. From Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the Earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the Earth would be felt by us instantaneously. Uh-oh! According to Newtonian theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity. Uh-oh! A change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers. Oh, son of a... That's going to leave a mark.
And finally, another tiny little problem from Warwick University, UK. The problem is that the equations, Einstein's field equations, require the energy and momentum to be defined precisely at every space-time point, which contradicts the uncertainty principle for quantum states. This is not just a problem at high energies or short distances. It is a conceptual incompatibility that applies in every lab.
Fatality.
Not only is every appeal to fairy tale gravity demonstrable pseudoscience, the incoherent Dunning-Kruger-Balltard booger-eater faction shotgun marriage between Reverend John Michel Cavendish CV Boys and Einstein's field equations, general relativity, containing no less than 4 paradoxes, rivals only the shotgun marriage between bachelors.
Particles move because they have kinetic energy.
That's astonishing. What's next? Sugar sweet?
And of course, just if you throw a ball in the air, will the ball not stop and come back down?
Let me think. It's a tough one. So you throw a ball up. Will it come back down? Yeah?
Why does the ball go up and stop? Why does the ball stop?
These mind-bending queries are getting exponentially more difficult. Can I do it with milk?
Sure.
So why does the ball stop? Who's interrupting my show?
What is it?
He has to call
Oh, was it Neil? Was it Pocket Boy?
It was Neil.
Somebody called me. It's not my fault. I went on mute.
Never is your fault.
I was going to interrupt a number of times, but because this is an umpty clip, your responses and you're even popping up what I'd ask you to put up. Hence why I've been quiet. But what I would say, right? Look at what you've been popping up, right? Have you got a PhD in physics, QE?
No.
No. It's not your specialist subject. But look at what you're able to do to present this, and look at what he's doing and what he's pop waffling around. Why? Again, I'll ask you why? What's all this necessary for? It's only necessary to invent all this shit and go around in circles. Is to invoke why you can have gas pressure without a container and without demonstration, obviously.
And to show yourself as a horse's ass. Besides that.
Yeah, and this is what we say about them, isn't it? Why would you do that? When we say they're not when I say they're not retards, this guy you can't call a retard, but he's still doing the same thing. Why? He's laying down his reputation to protect the ball. That's all they do, all of them. They're happy to come over as retards if it leaves you in a neutral position. Yeah, about what crap they've just put out there, which defies natural law.
I have an objection, Your Honor. He's a retard. He's retarded. He demonstrated up to this point that he's a retard.
It's PhD retard then, isn't he?
All right. Can I do it with milk? So why does the
do
ball
it with
stop?
milk?
Yeah. He had a tough. You caught that, right? You know what that's from?
Go on.
Trinity. The spaghetti westerns, old Trinity. When they were challenging him, he had the drink of like 4 or 5 drinks of whiskey, and then shoot the shot glass behind him when they threw it up in the air.
Did you get the thing I sent you? Speaking of westerns,
I want 2 J's. I want it in context. Now, Alan.
Will it come back down? Yeah.
Why does the ball go up and stop? Why does the ball stop?
These mind-bending queries are getting exponentially more difficult. Can I do it with milk? So why does the ball stop? It loses kinetic energy?
You know why the ball stops? Because it runs out of kinetic energy.
Yes, I was right. Hallelujah. Who's all that in a bag of chips now? That's right, me.
This is why gas particles can't go any further.
Oh, brilliant. So brilliant.
You like that?
What an asshole.
I wasn't expecting that.
No, seriously, throwing a ball up in the air is why we don't need gas pressure, where we don't need containment for gas pressure. Because PV equals nRT.
No, because gases are solids, and because solids lose kinetic energy, so do gases. Demonstrating without a doubt that he's retarded and he'd fail like junior high intro to physics, intro to gas behavior. Yeah. That's why. He's an asshole.
Are you high right now?
No, darling. This is clinical level Dunning-Kruger pretender clown, BALLBUSTERS spinning space monkey, numpty dipshittery from deep below the Black Lagoon. From a self-purported professor of physics, no less. Professor Booger-Eaton Burke of megalithic proportions. Clumsily feeble false equivalence fallacy times 2. Number 1, balls are made of solids. Gases are gases. Number 2, the kinetic energy imparted to the ball is governed by you, or whoever's throwing it, as opposed to gases, where their kinetic energy is governed by the absolute temperature of the gas or gases. As long as the temperature of a gas or gases is above absolute zero, the gas... Say again?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't interrupt. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted that. It was just that was my point. That you've made more eloquent than me just saying PV equals nRT. But the point you made earlier, and this is the point again, he's a professor of physics that's misrepresenting this and misrepresenting the difference between the kinetic energy that you impart and that is inherent within the particle. Run by T.
Yep. Energy is governed by the absolute...
The point being, when I said, arsehole, because he's lying to his students. You know the citation used earlier? I have to brainwash them. Well, this is brainwashing this. Yeah? This is getting you to believe one thing when it's not. It's another. But he's presenting them as the same. That in legal terms, I think is called naughty. Very naughty.
Well, he's a scammer, right?
If there was some gain for him at the end, which there may or may not be for these ball earthers that lie, and you could call it a scam, couldn't you? I'm happy to say he's misrepresenting physics, this professor of physics.
Well, anyone that hears this that has graduated junior high school and has taken intro to gas behavior knows he's an abject retard in less than a Planck time. So thank you. I want to thank him. Like I said, the greatest flat earth advocate. May I present Professor Phil Belland. Why would you interrupt that?
I didn't want you to present him. He didn't want you to say his name.
Are you a Professor Belland simp?
No, I'm just an idiot.
Oh, so we need to check the back of your head then.
No. It's the back of your head needs checking. My head is round.
That's just a diversion, Brian. Don't let her do it. There's Sarah.
I did not say that my head was round. I said that it wasn't flat in the back.
I'm pretty sure you said my head was round at the back. I'll have to go back on that one and check it.
Yeah, you'll have to go back because I know I didn't say that.
So it would imply that it's round then.
I mean, there's a shape to the back of my head. That's all I could say. It's not, I mean, yeah, there's round parts there, here. I don't know.
Oh, brother.
How do you just like, the shape of a head is kind of like irregular. It's not a perfectly anything.
Is it a geoid?
A potato? I think that's more like Brian. You got a potato head?
The old racist attack. That's what happens when you got a flat head that you can't prove is not flat. It's not round.
There's videos of me online. You can go check for yourself.
I saw you before. It's definitely a flat. That's from what I remember. I could be remembering wrong though. That could be a total lie.
Good grief.
CGI, Brian. Probably got CGI back.
Just making stuff up.
Anyway, the reason I stopped the proceedings is not to give Flatty a hard time, right? Because it's not fair to give her too much. But I stopped him because what he's done at the very end there, like the joke earlier on, from you said, Kiwi, was looking at the board. Did it say PV equals NRG? No, it said PV equals NRT, right? We always joke that they must, well, we don't just joke about it, it's true, that they must remove the T and insert the G. And what he did at the very end there is shown that he is actively removing the T from the situation.
Yep.
Which is the very thing that gives the gas molecule the energy.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. You got it. Of the gas or gases. As long as the temperature of a gas or gases is above absolute zero, the gas will retain kinetic energy, i.e., it'll never stop. If a ball isn't picked up and thrown, there is no temperature where it will fling itself in the air. Next block of instruction, how to eat cereal. Good.
This is theoretical, isn't it? Yeah. What? So if you were going to say kinetic and you link PV equals NRT, then at the point where the analogy with the ball, where it stops and then comes back, at that point, via PV equals NRT, then T is absolute zero.
Yes.
Yeah. And then G warms it back up again, having taken it away.
You're a twisted individual, Adam.
It's not my claim. Professor Phil Bells just said that. That's what he told you.
Implicitly, that's what he said, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Here. Next block of instruction, how to eat cereal out of a box. Additionally, Professor Booger Gobbler, your incoherent second grade belly laugher comparison catapults you into direct violation of Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, and parts of Dalton's Law. And not to be ever outdone, the King Topper booger-eating bull in a china shop exhibition, leaving no dish uncracked. You've taken the second law of thermodynamics, along with Brownian motion, out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned each to a bloody, lifeless pulp. Your parents must be prouder than game roosters. Prepare yourself for the call from your alma mater, Captain Kangaroo U, requesting you give the keynote address at the upcoming Who and Where the F*** Am I convention. Topic: how to scare up a below first grade science acumen from a Cracker Jack box.
What the hell did you just say?
So thermodynamics, Phil. He called thermodynamics thermodynamics.
I can't defend. I can't. Anthropomorphization. I've been having a go over the past couple of days, but it's still not fluent.
That's really good.
That was the word of the day. That was the word of the day for the kids. I think about like maybe 4 or 5 days ago. Anthropomorphization.
Oh, you almost screwed it up.
Yeah, I did.
You tried to hide it, but you screwed that up.
Yeah, I did. I screwed it up.
Check our head, Brian.
Yeah.
I psyched myself out for it.
You sucked. You were building it up. That's really good. Adam actually said it. That was really good, Adam.
I said, a couple of days practice. It's been I told someone the other day, I said I was chatting on my YouTube channel. I said, I hate it when I can't get words out. I got told off. But I actually thought you'd done me a real favour. Because I knew I was going to struggle and you said it for me. And then you told me off for just carrying on. But genuinely, I thought I was like, helping a mate out. I thought that was just a hand up. I
thought it was hilarious when I said it. When I said it, you just carried on. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
Anthropomorphism was what our word of the day was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
that's easier.
So thermodynamics. He's a booger gobbler, dude. Just get anywhere within 15 feet of Miggy with thermodynamics and he'll lose it. That's his favorite. That's what he calls Bell. Professor Bell. He calls them thermodynamics. So thermodynamics. Go ahead.
I just want to say that while we're talking about thermodynamics. I can't even say it. I can't even say it as wrong as him. I tried to say that I couldn't do it, and I'm not going to keep doing it because I'll end up saying it wrong. While we're talking about thermodynamics, he is actively denying the third law.
Yep.
As he's denying temperature.
Yeah, well, he's not actually denying it. Like Adam said, he's implicitly invoking absolute zero, but he unawares with his ball.
But that's a violation of the third law.
Yep.
There can never be zero.
Yep. Yes, sir. You're correct.
The hell did you just say?
Thermodynamics.
So thermodynamics, Phil.
Thermodynamics. Entropy is simply the
Go ahead.
No, I just say I wanted to laugh at the appropriate time. I nearly put.
Yeah. Wow.
Entropy is simply the movement of from order to disorder.
Fatality.
No, it isn't, Professor Thermodynamics. You treat objects like women. From the legend, Professor Lambert, entropysite.oxy.edu. This view was broached partially in a previous article that showed disorder was outmoded and misleading as a descriptor for entropy. Footnotes 1 and 2. Again, from Professor Lambert, entropy is not disorder, not a measure of disorder, not a driving force. From Chem Libre text, there is no basis in physical science for interpreting entropy change as involving order and disorder. Stating entropy talks about disorder is akin to Max Planck describing the ultraviolet catastrophe as stop, drop, and roll. It's belly-laughingly juvenile proby and demonstrates beyond any doubt, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that we have a stage 5 clinger kung fu death grip GlobeTARD wiki-parroting goober of megalithic proportions.
You big dummy!
Space is not a place that you can go to.
Why not?
Because that defies natural law.
What natural law?
Specifically.
What natural law?
The second law of thermodynamics.
Tell me which part of the second law of thermodynamics does it defy?
That you can have a pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container.
Not the second law that's not the second law of thermodynamics. Thermo means heat. Thermodynamics is specifically about the transfer of energy.
Wrong.
Can you please now drop thermodynamics?
Not just about the transfer of energy.
Yes, it is.
Oh, no, it's not. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not so much interested in going, you've said this word. What I am interested in is that a professor of physics would say that. Yeah? That's the indictment here. No, it's solely about the transfer of energy. When we're talking about gas pressure.
Yeah.
Excuse the exasperation, yeah, but it's because that is a deceiver at heart, isn't it? What that example there? Give it a J, because that is double naughty in a court of law, isn't it?
Oh yeah, he's a moron. That's not what it is.
But why is he doing it? Why is he deceiving his student then?
Because he's retarded. I know what you're gonna say. He's just trying to twist his little BALLBUSTERS religion into physics.
Yeah, there's no reason, is there, to deny the scope of things, and no reason to claim you can have gas pressure without containment unless you're on a ball. There's no other reason. Unless you've got some other Mooney cult that you're part of that requires gas pressure without containment, but the obvious one is that you think you live on a ball in the ultra high vacuum.
Oh, look at you, Mr. Technical.
Well, just to get that shit out there.
Yeah,
correct.
You're right. Don't worry, George Porter's going to sacrifice him on the second grade retard altar here in a minute. Relax. Wrong.
Can you please now drop thermodynamics?
Not
Find
just
another
about the
physics.
transfer of energy.
Yes, it is.
Oh, no, it's not, Professor. So he said the second law of thermodynamics was only about the transfer of energy. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Professor George Porter, Nobel laureate chemistry, about to deal the death blow to Mr. Numpty Dipshit.
Well, there are the three laws of thermodynamics, very simply expressed. Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes.
That's it. That's his death knell. Once he said that, Professor Phil Bell, you abject retard, you're dead. I don't even have to roll on any further. It's already over.
It's worth it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is worth it, so we'll do it.
Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum.
What did he say?
Oh, sorry. What? Say what? The simplest of all as well.
Yeah.
Not like,
So, Belland, you dumbass cracker. You said show where the second law has anything to do with gas behavior. Should I rewind? Let's go with the simplest of all. Let's try that for your dumbass.
Entropy changes. Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum.
Did you hear that, dumbass? You cross-eyed cracker. Did you hear that? That's your... mark the time. That's his death notice. Well, he was dead a long time before this, but this is one of those neck chopper offers. Idiot moron.
I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy.
All that happens is a change in entropy, baby. No temperature change, no energy change, only entropy, which kills you twice over, moron. Let's hear that again.
The thing is, right, that you see how quick that thing was. When the lab tech, like somebody like the Rumpus, has to reset that, he has to turn it, you know, like an egg timer, turn it and wait for the gas to be pulled down, and it takes about 8 hours for that all that bromine to go back into the bottom jar and leave a vacuum at the top.
You want crack?
No, just implications of Phil Bell's philosophy, the professor of physics. Now it's hard
from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy.
One more thing outside of my sarcasm. Just give me a J to the point where he turns the valve and see how quick, the clear vessel changes. How quick. That's the reality of what's going off. If we follow the PV equals nRT, that's the speed.
Between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush.
Turn, done.
Boom. Yeah, we're breathing, aren't we?
You'd think so.
From one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change.
Whoa, there's no energy or temperature change. Oh, whoa. Let's go back.
Change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change.
No energy change? Uh-oh, that's your ass. You cross-eyed cracker.
There's no temperature change.
No temperature change either, you cross-eyed cracker. You wouldn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire glue, sniffer. And that was your death knell. That was it.
Change. There's no change except entropy. So without the entropy concept, that would have been difficult to understand and difficult to account for.
Bye-bye, lard ass. Professor Belland, you're toast. Say goodnight, pretender clown. Professor Porter, Nobel laureate. This numpty dipshit. What?
Yeah, Booger said he didn't want to say it, so I was like, fine, then I'll say it. Don't be mad when I do.
No, we're not having that. We're not having that.
I can't make him. I can't do it. TVH sent, just wanted to say, QE, absolute legend.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Shit, Belland says the second law is solely about the transfer of energy. What say you, my good sir?
Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes.
Uh-oh!
Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all, of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum.
Oh, yeah.
I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy.
Uh-oh!
In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change. There's no energy change. There's no energy change. There's no temperature change. There's no change except entropy. There's no change except entropy. There's no change except entropy.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
Turn out the lights.
Tender clown face monkey.
The party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Ballers scattered on dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds. BALLBUSTERS Space Monkey.
Call it a night. The party's over.
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Professor Bell.
There you go.
Superchat.
Super chat. Super chat.
Not the same, is it? It's just not the same.
Oh, we get it. I got you. I'm not as cute. It's fine. Ashley Frett sent QE neck chopper offing these super dweebs. my favorite thing is the BALLBUSTERS Space Monkey.
Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's really good. BALLBUSTERS Space Monkey.
Like you're spelling monkey, but like monkey.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's what I said, ladies and gentlemen. That is the greatest flat earth advocate, if I ever heard one. Thoughts?
Oh yeah,
PhD Professor Phil Bell, the ball exponent. It's not bad, is it?
Nope. That's it. That's all I got. I had to replace Jaren because that was killing me.
Anyone ever had to look at the back of Jaren's head?
You know what? No.
Maybe it's got flatter over time.
Ask his boyfriend.
I think Whitsit's talking to me anymore.
Is that Jetty? Jetty here.
What's up, boss? How you doing?
What's happening, man? What are you doing over here?
Well, I dropped in on YouTube. Obviously, Phil Bell, he said some funny shit, and I thought, you know what? I'll pop in here and listen to it live. So, yeah, it's interesting stuff, man. Just literally watched him shoot himself in the face 5 times.
5? Well, yeah, just the last part, the 5 times. You missed the 35 before that.
Yeah, I have no doubt. I'm glad I caught him saying thermodynamics, mate. I haven't heard him say that for a while. It was good.
Yeah, that's Miggy's mantra now. He goes around.
For sure.
He goes around saying, "Well, welcome." Now, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, I was gonna ask Jedi. Did you hear their flathead escapades?
No. What was that?
We're doing science, Jedi. We're doing science, bro.
Oh my goodness me! All right.
Did he see it? Hold on.
Bring up this craniological study where we're going to give you a probability.
A proper. I thought you were going to say a proper education.
Oh my goodness, Jedi! You just wait. This is ridiculous.
You brought it up.
I know, but I was wondering if he had heard the stuff that you guys are doing.
It's so ridiculous, right, Jedi, that Flatsy feels the need to defend herself against it because of her flat head.
They're trying to accuse me of having a flat head.
Prove it.
All right, Adam, you present the case.
Well, this is the thing. What we initially called encephalitis terrarii. And QE just called it out, but we've noticed this correlation. So let's go to the next one. Wolfie. Long-standing. I mean, look at that. Yeah? Totally flat. Now, number 3. No, that's not number 3. That's number 4. That's the thing that's really putting this into the realms of predictability within our model. There we go. 3. So now you're starting to build a case, aren't you? Yeah? And so with that in mind, tonight, I didn't know, Jedi, right, that John was going to pull up Professor Phil Bell. Now, as I was going to do it, he then said, "Oh, it's just one of my old school funny clips." So I knew there wasn't going to be any imagery. So I set out on I set out to do an experiment, mate. And what I did was I went to YouTube to see if I could test my hypothesis that the bigger the BALLBUSTERS, the flatter the back of their head. And here's the results. Pull it up. This was live, this experiment tonight. on QE Live.
That's hilarious.
Look what's come up there. Look at that. Now, if that's not proof, I don't know what is.
It's undeniable now. Now I've seen it. That's crazy.
Science, bro.
Science, bro.
I mean, technically, I didn't show you me searching through YouTube clips. That wasn't live, but I gave you the results. They're there. Yeah. You can go. It's repeatable. You can go and look through the YouTube clip that I did to get to the point where it showed he had a flat head.
Yeah.
This one back. See, this is old. This one right here. I was just looking through. We were going over his dumbass video. It was so hilarious, but it just stuck out to me. I mean, it just like jumped off the page, and I just had to make a little, you know, my little arrows and my little thingy right here, and I just put this back in the. It's back in the recesses, in my pictures and photographs. I had forgotten all about it until I seen this shit. Then it brought now minus the arrows. The other day we did one on Wolfie, did a treatment on Wolfie, and I said, whoa, what? Wait a second, I have seen this before.
Fuck, you know.
So
starting to be a believer, aren't you?
Funny. Yeah, that's actually funny. My God.
Now,
spend too much on the time back when
no, let's get upside down on a space ball first.
What am I playing now?
No, because this isn't just something we've thrown together. This is like
there he is.
I was on about McToon, but that one, yeah. Well, Phil is in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah. Oh my God! Let's keep him there. Okay, and you want McBooger Eater.
Look at that.
Yep, that's our case, Jetty. At this point,
I like the way you've turned him upside down. That's awesome.
Yeah, what if it's only stalkers that have flat heads and not just idiot globetards? Because all of these people are stalkers. Like, it's weird to hang around with people that you just want to argue with all the time.
Stalkers, that's pretty heavy terminology there, Flatsy.
Yeah, but they disagree with us so wholeheartedly that it drives them to stalk us. Like Zanuck in here, he's a stalker. He stalks flat earthers all over the place.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at the.
I'm sorry, Jetty. During our discussion, I didn't have this on. Adam, can you present our case again? Because I didn't have this on YouTube. Can we do it again?
Take two. Right. So we set out on our study to decide whether or not the shape of one's cranium had any effect with regards to our level of BALLBUSTERS. Our results were as such. Number one. And we started there. And I think that's a reasonable place to start. Oh, admittedly, there is a little bit of curvature, but I think that's probably more neck fat, to be honest. Kicking it out.
No, this is the most extreme example of it, dude. There's no curvature here.
He loses a couple of pounds, right, and that is totally flat.
It is totally flat. That some bitch, it's flat. What, to turn him on his side? Yeah, we can't get him totally on the side, but you know what I mean. If I could pull him, I can't do that. I don't think we could do that. It only has one set way to go. Yeah, it can't do that. Let's try this.
Your scribbles are funny.
No, you're right.
That's the funniest part.
Now this is, if he was more side on, he could rival Bob. I'm sorry. I swear to you, he could. That could rival it. No doubt about it. And he's down under too. Right? We should put them like that.
Ah, look at that. Look, now that looks straighter, doesn't it? No.
Oh, see, this has some ambiguity to it because only part, right? It's part. It's compelling, but it's only part. We got to shave his head.
What you'll find with this is they all try to hide it. It's a bit, like, is it step Night of the Body Snatchers, isn't it? They all try to hide the back of their neck because you can see there where they've cut the skin off your husband and replaced him. Yeah, like that. They all try to hide it. This is why you see Jaren always wearing a cap.
And
see, you got Adam in full conspiratard mode now.
This isn't conspiracy. This has nothing to do with conspiracy. This is science.
Yeah, he just invoked it when he said that's why Jaren always wears a cap.
Go and repeat the experiment. Find out, right? I bet you find if you don't see Jaren without a cap, he'll have a round head, right? Look at what's happened. Look at his cap wearing. Look at the ratio of cap wearing to him changing his alignment. As soon as the caps came in, yeah, it's just a body. It's a skin suit, reptile.
It's a skin suit. And ladies and gentlemen, just so you're not thrown, this Muppet's haircut, they put a soup bowl around his head. You see this little bump right here? That's hiding some of the evidence. That little bump, if you'd shave that shit is flat.
Zoom in. You can see, we all want to put a bit of shape, a bit of curvature into the back of our heads.
Yeah.
But these reptiles, it's hard.
Yeah. That's just a puff of hair. That's the that's a tuft of trees. Oh my God, Jetty, what do you think?
That's what we should argue over, isn't it? When they argue, others as flat earthers arguing over the tuft of trees, that's what we should be arguing. Is the back of his head actually flat? No, it's not a tuft of trees. It's not. Yeah. Oh God.
Let's get some feedback from Jedi.
Yeah, Jetty, what do you think?
The scientific evidence is overwhelming, right?
Isn't it?
The case has been proven.
Preponderance.
I do think it's hilarious.
A preponderance of evidence, right?
Yeah.
Listen,
I think it should be a question.
Dude, I'm just recognizing patterns, man.
Oh my gosh.
Because that's what we are. We recognize patterns. That's what we do, right?
Well, in that case, it's got to be a question we ask in the politics overall, politics and religion. How flat's the back of your head? That's it.
See, now you're on board. I like it.
Now you're on board. Hold on a second. I'm going to have my wife take a side picture.
It's like showing the back of your head. Look at the back of my neck. Is there a scar? No, I've not been taken by the body snatchers. Simple way, QE. Just lay down, put your head down on the back of a pillow and see if you leave a proper indent. If it's flat like an iron, you know you could be a baller.
I like the way that you're coming up with scientific tests as well. It's good.
Yeah, test, correct word, yeah? Proven through theory. We've developed a test to make sure whether or not you're affected by this.
What was the thing back in the early Nazi days where they used to measure the size of people's heads or something? What was that called? It's to figure out their background and race and so on.
Cranology.
Cranology, thank you.
I got a word of the day. Everybody ready? Apophenia.
Apple what?
Apophenia to you too.
Apophenia is the word of the day. Would you like me to define it? Yeah.
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah. Apophenia is a term in psychology that describes the tendency to perceive meaningful connections or patterns in random or unrelated data or events. It's essentially our brain's natural inclination to seek order and meaning even when there isn't any. This can lead to the creation of false associations and is related to concepts like superstition and conspiracy theories.
And see, what you've got there, I really want to check the back of your head now, because this is what the ballers do, you see. We present science, and what do they do? The first thing you out your mouth was from psychology. Yeah, that's not science. I've given you science. I gave you experiment, results, repeatability, and you give me psychology. Get out of here,
I gave you a word of the day, apophenia.
It sounded more like an accusation. I had it.
It's funny how just defining a word can sound like an accusation.
Felt like you called me an apopheniac.
So, just want you to know the result. I do not have a flat head. I knew it.
See? You were loved.
More evidence.
You were loved as a child, so your mama picked you up a lot, okay?
Yeah, I was breastfed. All right, jeez.
That's enough science tonight, I think.
Just back to that Phil Belland thing. It's interesting you were talking about him as well, because he was introducing himself to Globers in the politics and religious server earlier by DMing them their arguments for them, like he usually does. He spelt Cavendish wrong. So within an hour, two people came and started talking about gravity, mispronounced Cavendish, and within minutes we all figured out that Phil Bell was messaging people, so much so that he messaged me about 20 minutes later. So for some reason, this physicist who doesn't know his ass from his fucking elbow is trying to distort the story and get in there and tell these Globers how bad flat earthers are and blah, blah, blah. No idea what he's saying in our messages, but yeah, this goes into what Flats is saying, right? He's stalking people so much so that he's DMing them and giving them arguments and spelling shit wrong.
Yeah, exactly. That's a trait of a stalker, and usually it would end in a restraining order, but these people think that they can just do whatever they want. Just get out of my DMs. Do not DM me. All of you stalkers, stay out of my DMs. Anyways, super chat.
Super chat. That's super. That stuff is flat.
Super stalker.
Yeah. ER Jambo 67 sent McLoon's a flathead. Who knew? Where's the puns, QE?
What puns? Thanks for the super chat, man. What puns do you want? I'm not the pun guy.
You're not punny?
I said the pun. Pun.
Yeah, I said you're not punny. Like,
oh, no, I didn't hear you.
Words.
Yeah.
Like a play, like funny, but
sometimes.
Funny.
Sometimes.
Tenth job.
Tenth job. Where's Tenth been?
He is the pun guy. Yes. Also, Paula, she's really good with puns. She can stay on par with 10th Man.
That stuff is flat, dude.
Imagine if you were just like to scale a couple of millimeters off the back of Phil Bell's head. What would Neil deGrasse Tyson describe it as? Flat.
Oh boy. Yeah, that stuff is flat, dude. All right. Let's just keep it up just in case.
See.
Apopheniacs.
Science, baby. Science.
That's what it is. This is science, man. All right, what else we got? I don't have anything lined up. That's all I had for today.
I got to start shredding up some frozen butter that I have in the freezer right now for homemade buttermilk biscuits.
Biscuits.
Yeah, well, this is where we had an issue last night, Kiwi, when you went here.
I don't care. It's biscuits.
This is going to be semantics.
No,
right?
it's going to be pedantics or semantics, depending. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. They think that biscuits are cookies, but cookies are cookies. Biscuits, yeah, I'm from the South in America. Biscuits are not cookies.
Yeah, they're not cookies, Adam.
They're as thick as a bread roll, apparently, and you use them to soak up
They
a
want
roux.
they want to say that my biscuits are scones. No way.
Well, it
No.
wasn't. Yes, more to the yes. I'd accept that indictment.
No.
When right. So the question is, when you guys say we have biscuits and gravy,
yeah,
what is a biscuit? Because to us, number one, a biscuit's French. It's a very French word, but it implies something. Something you can dip into a cup of tea, right? So to put some moisture in it, because it's biscuit. It's biscuit.
Your tea
Right?
better not touch my biscuits.
Yeah,
dude.
no biscuits and tea.
So this is the major point. If we're going to put a biscuit in anything, it's going in a cup of tea. Right, Brian, help me here. Right, what we wouldn't ever dream of doing is putting it in gravy. It's just insane.
You're insane, because if you ate biscuits and gravy, it would change your life for the better.
It would. Probably clear me sinuses.
I'm trying to find. Remember, I had those biscuits and gravy before. I'm trying to find that because they had them out, at the shoot last year. I put them.
How thick can a biscuit be before it's no longer a biscuit?
I say the thicker the better.
Exactly.
What I mean? And it's not a biscuit, is it?
Well, you don't dip cookies in tea anyway, Adam. What's wrong with you? You dip cookies in milk in America. Oreos milk, Chips Ahoy milk. Biscuits you put brown gravy on.
Do you warm the milk up?
Why would you warm milk up?
Because you'll be leaving that biscuit in there for about 15 minutes before it's absorbed. It's got to be
God. Flatsy, but you're guilty of that too, because you know as well as I do that down south they have that tradition with buttermilk and a biscuit inside of it, and that shit is nasty. I tried that.
That's what she was proud of. Buttermilk biscuits.
Buttermilk biscuits? No, not the biscuit itself. They put a cup of buttermilk and they put a biscuit in the buttermilk and chop it up. And they eat it with a spoon, and the guy gave it to me like this was some great delicacy. I almost vomited.
Yeah, my grandfather used to do that. That was crazy. But I use buttermilk in the batter of my biscuits.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Adam, what we have here is a situation where the Americans get a lot of things right, but biscuits aren't one of them.
Whatever. Let's see a picture of the back of your head, Brian. You too, Adam.
I want to see this biscuit. I want to see the biscuit on screen, and you justify why that thing's a biscuit. I'm thinking it's going to look like a scone.
I'm trying to find it, Adam. I had it. I just can't find it. Remember the pics from last summer?
Yeah. Or a dumpling. It's going to look like a dumpling.
Yeah, it's like that, isn't it? Like a dumpling scone thing.
That's it. Come on. Come on, Jedi. Join me.
Can I ask Flatsy a question? Flatsy, would Bob the Science Guy agree with you that a biscuit is not a cookie?
Okay, you apopheniac. Trying to find another connection that's not there.
His head is flat. So that would mean that your head must be flat also. Based off of your standard.
Yeah, but how the heck am I supposed to know what he would say? I don't act like I can divine strangers' thoughts, okay? That's your job.
I make accurate predictions.
Oh my God.
I think of cookies, Brian, as an Americanized biscuit. Like, over the top with fillings, too much filling, so that it stops being a biscuit. It's just a little bit of flour to hold the fillings of. Huh?
Well, Adam, if you think about it, they got the word biscuit wrong. They were calling the wrong thing a biscuit, and they then ended up without having a name for a biscuit, so they called them cookies. You can see where they went wrong.
XL biscuit, cookie. Well,
and I got news for you. We also have a thing called cinnamon roll. Now that's something you don't even know about.
I've rolled in cinnamon, Neil.
I bet you have, you deviant, you.
Kinky. Yeah, they're right. See, that letter was correct, you kinky bastard, you.
Have you never done it? Bucket list, Neil. Cinnamon rolls. Come on, then.
My wife makes cinnamon rolls homemade, and they are to die for. Huge. Oh, the icing just dripping off of it. And so much cinnamon wrapped in there with butter, half and half. Oh, forget it. It's insane.
Is it a biscuit?
It's wow. I gotta say, it's more of a biscuit than a cookie.
All right, put in. I went and searched it. So let me get it up here.
Pull this up. This is ridiculous. That something thicker than my finger is going to be called a biscuit.
I'm gonna send you a picture of cinnamon roll.
Hold on,
Adam. If I didn't know that a shoe was called a shoe because I was calling a table a shoe, I would then give a shoe a different name. But does that make a shoe not a shoe? You know what I mean?
No. There you go.
Yeah, they look like scones. Zoom in. Oh, look at that. That's a scone all day long.
No, it's not.
That's too thick to be a biscuit. If I open that up, is it moist inside?
You know why you think it's too big to be, or thick to be a biscuit? Because it's not a cookie. It's a biscuit.
The reason I think it's too thick to be a biscuit is because biscuits are thin.
They're not
No,
thin.
That's a scone.
No, they're not thin. That's a biscuit, dude.
I'll tell you what.
If it's a biscuit, right, why aren't you dipping it in a cup of tea?
Why should you? You drink tea. What we have here is a failure to communicate.
Now, what we have here is circular reasoning. Now, listen, you take these, you put them in there, and then you put that gravy. This will bring you to your knees, man. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
That's not gravy. It's white. Gravy's brown.
Not the gravy you put biscuits over. See
you see what I mean? Listen to your ball of rhetoric.
Biscuits, rather.
Yeah. Not the gas pressure that you have around.
Well, you think it's real easy to win an argument when you just call us ballers? Like, come on, dude.
Gravy's now white.
No, great. See, I was wrong about that too. Gravy could be brown, could be red, because I used to think sauce is red, gravy's brown. That's not true. You could have a red gravy.
Heck, when I was little,
red one. Put red wine in it.
Shut up,
when I was little, we used to have chocolate gravy with our biscuits, like as a treat in the morning sometimes. So
now you're gonna destroy. Now he's totally confused. Chocolate gravy, forget it.
So chocolate gravy, that white gravy, sausage gravy is so good. And then you got brown gravy that would go like on, let's say like your hamburger steak.
Gravy, you mean? When you say brown gravy, we're starting to sound like Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity now. Right.
No, these are actual things.
Brown gravy,
I can bottle it up for you and give it to you. They're actual things.
Brown gravy, white gravy, red gravy. Yeah.
You're
You
being
still-
ridiculous.
Totally.
Totally.
I'm having fun. Yeah. Just argue over cultures.
What Flatsy just described was some chocolate stuff, some white stuff, and gravy. And she didn't even know what that gravy was supposed to go on.
I just told you what it goes on.
Not a
Your brown
biscuit.
gravy would go on something like your hamburger steak.
Or beef.
That's what a hamburger steak is.
You're talking about a Salisbury steak?
Well, no, because I use hamburger meat and I make it like I would make meatloaf, but I make it into patties and make it in, like with your breadcrumbs and all that good stuff. That's how you make a hamburger steak, and you cook it with the onions on top of it, and then you put your gravy on top of the. Well, some people like mushrooms too, so. Your onions, mushrooms, and your brown gravy on top of your hamburger steak.
Stop!
Good grief.
See, I heard you with your double speak. Yeah,
that was not double
beef.
speak.
It was beef, and twice you felt the need to say hamburger and a beef burger. What's going on?
Matter? It's the same thing.
Where do you get beef from? Where do you get ham?
Whatever.
I'm just watching you, Flatsy Backhead.
Flatsy Backhead.
Oh my gosh. I'm just saying, it's the same thing, but we call it hamburger steak, but it's beef.
Is that like chicken fried steak?
No, that's not chicken fried steak.
I'm saying, is it like it? Because I heard you say breadcrumbs or something.
No, because your chicken fried steak is going to have your white gravy on top, like your biscuit gravy. It'll be like the same type of gravy on that. And chicken fried steak is breaded, by the way.
Yep.
It's lightly breaded, but it's still breaded. You can double bread it if you want all that bread.
Why do they call it a hamburger when it's not made out of ham?
See?
That's a good question.
Because it's German and it's from Hamburg. Same way Frankfurters are from Frankfurt.
Hamburger.
You ever been to Munich?
Never, but where's Hassenpfeffer?
That's rabbit. It's wabbit season.
Duck season fire!
Duck season fire.
Oh, that means I get to close out today, right?
Why?
Because this would be a perfect time to do the abadi. That's all, folks.
I have that on a couple Numpty clips, by the way.
I know. I've heard them.
Dude, buddy. All right. All right. We're just hanging out. I wasn't ready to go just yet. We kind of got.
I suppose, in all fairness, we should open it up to. Is there? I mean, of course, you're welcome. The question, Phil. Is there anyone that wants to defend him in what he said? Anything you felt he said was correct that we objected to? Before Kiwi gets too frustrated and then rounds out.
Yeah, I'm not in a big hurry, so you can take your time. I am going to rough up the cat here for a couple seconds. Take over, Adam.
You're going to aggravate your cat in the middle of your show.
We can give it in the eye. Well, no, I'll extend that out. You know, if there's anyone, was there anything that Phil Bell? Because, like I said, my objection was he blatantly misrepresented his own profession and his understanding. I wouldn't say he's a retard to misrepresent it like that, and to give an analogy that he gave of throwing the ball up shows he has an understanding. He's not retarded. He's more than intelligent enough to try and conflate the two things to deceive you. That's what I would take from that. I say, it's easy to call him a retard. I don't think he is. He's trying to make you a retard, is what I'd say. But then,
Good talk.
oh, obviously, everyone's in agreement. Phil Bell's a liar and a deceiver. No one to defend him.
I would say, Adam, that Phil Bell is not. I would say it's not so much that he knows what he's doing. He has no choice but to do it. So it's kind of like it's either defend the globe and talk rubbish, or admit it's flat. Do you know what I mean? That's
No, because then that gets to Flatsy's point. What are they, stalkers? Why are you here? No one's forcing you to be here and make yourself look an arse. Yeah? You're saying that somebody is. Flatsy says, no, they're just weird. They're stalkers. They're just people with mental issues, which I don't disagree with, per se. Yeah? That's their motivation for being here. You're saying that they've got a gun to the head and they have to lay themselves down and sacrifice themselves to the ball, even at the sake of their credentials, where they'd point out that thermodynamics is only to do with energy transfer. The second law is. Yeah, that's the point. Why are they here? I don't know. I can't speak to motivation. They're probably paid for psychos. Yeah? Bit of both.
Who is sharing their screen? Neil.
Neil's brought in.
You like how my turtle's hacking up that goldfish?
Oh,
buddy.
relevant.
Anyways, I was going to say, just think about how they have to justify it to themselves for the anti-flat earther stalkers to hang out in flat earth groups day in, day out. That's stalker behavior, but they have to justify it to themselves as if it's some sort of, like, what? Just imagine all the things that they have to, like, tell themselves to make it okay for themselves.
Well, think about it, Flatsy. Why are they stalking? And why are they going after most of the weak ones? I know they come after Brian, but that's just to get under his skin. That's just being a scutch. But when they go out like Omnivore, when we're not around, they go into Discord, they're looking for the weak ones. You know?
It's
sickos.
Definitely weird behavior that would not be okay. Given, I think it's just they think it's okay because we're flat earthers. Any other fringe group that had somebody stalking them, it would normally end in like a restraining order. Like, can you please stop being such weirdo stalkers? Good grief.
See, that's the thing, you see. They can't make us into a fringe group, right? Because it's like they know it's flat. So they can't call us a fringe group because everyone's part of that fringe group. All they can do, so they can't treat us as if we're transgenders or something like that. Go on, they want to get on to me.
Because you're trying to divine their thoughts. And Superchat.
What? Do it then. Wait there then.
Quit messing with your cat. Get back here.
Super divination. He's not here.
He's playing with the cat. I bet he can still hear us.
Super pussy.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Himsake sent, would love to have Girl Scouts come by with biscuits and gravy. That's not, no.
That's no.
What? I don't like that.
What is that?
But thanks for that.
That doesn't sound healthy.
But Girl Scouts come around with cookies, so it wouldn't even make any sense for them to have gravy. You guys think that cookies are biscuits, so you're the weird ones here.
Continued indictment.
Cookies are cookies.
You don't even spell biscuits right.
That's not the way you spell biscuits.
I know it isn't. That's what I'm saying.
I didn't spell it. He did. Don't put that on me. I didn't do it.
Right then. I didn't know if that was another Americanism. That's biscuits and gravy.
Maybe he meant briskets and gravy.
Well, now that would be nice. See, brisket does go with gravy, doesn't it? Makes sense. Brisket, gravy. Biscuit, gravy, crazy.
You want to hear something funny? Last night we bought roast beef, sliced roast beef. So my wife was going to make Philly cheesesteaks. So she puts it in the pan, and she's telling me, this kind of looks too red to be roast beef. Turned out that it was corned beef.
Ooh.
So we had corn Phillies. Instead of Philly cheesesteak, we had Philly corned beef. Oh, boy.
That sounds like a user error if I've ever heard of one.
It was actually pretty good, though.
I was going to say, that sounds like a fortuitous incident, Neil. That sounds tasty.
My son was like, well, yeah, kind of. Where's the package it came in? So I just threw it right at the top of the garbage. He opened it up. He's like, it's corned beef. It says corned beef.
Through the 70s, corned beef was a staple of our diet. It was only the Falklands War that created a problem with corned beef over here, because all the corned beef was from Argentina, and it kind of diminished in popularity. But I used to love corned beef.
Yeah. Corned beef and cabbage. I grew up eating that.
Yeah, well, that's the best. But we have them on sandwiches here. See, that's weird because for St. Patty's Day, yeah, it's corned beef and cabbage. But the Jewish people have delicatessens in New York, and you have hot pastrami and hot corned beef sandwiches. That's freaking outstanding.
I'm only used to the corned beef hash.
No,
and with
not
cabbage.
corned beef hash. Corned beef
what's
is the whole
difference?
slab. It's like you get a whole cut. And it's brisket, I think, right?
Oh, no.
Yeah. And make that with potatoes and cabbage in like a pot, and it cooks for like what, Brian?
Yeah, you cook it
maybe?
for several hours. I admittedly, I never cooked one. It was always cooked at home, but it takes a few hours to cook it. But it's lovely when it's cooked.
Absolutely, but that's all they have in like the Bonnie Stones in New York and Bonnie Hill, all those bar restaurants. Freaking corned beef and cabbage is outstanding. You haven't had
Tell
it.
you
till
what's
had it in the
really
pub.
good here in the South is our cornbread. Oh my goodness!
See, no, it's not sweet. You got it. You don't have a sweet cornbread, right?
Yeah, no, you don't. I mean, sweet cornbread's all right, but I'm talking about that in your skillet, like your cast iron skillet cornbread.
I'm not a fan of the cornbread down south because I grew up
You
with
haven't
sweet
had it.
cornbread.
Yeah, you haven't had it from the right people then.
Can we bring this back to the heathenism of American cuisine?
I actually need to go. Like, the more and more I think about it, I've got to start on dinner soon. So.
One last question to you then. This was from last night. And Neil, can you defend that? You just mentioned sandwiches. Flatsy seems to think you can have a sandwich without having butter on the bread.
What was the question?
You can have a sandwich without butter. You can have a sandwich with mayo, right, Neil?
Yeah, absolutely. What do you mean, butter on a sandwich? What's wrong with you? Where'd you grow up, in England?
Exactly.
Yeah, where even in the winter, right, when the butter's really hard, yeah, that we suffer and we take time to spread the butter on the bread because you can't have a sandwich.
But not for a sandwich if you want buttered bread. Yeah, but what are you going to put on that? But if you're going to put anything like ham or turkey on that buttered bread, then you have mental issues.
Ham, cheese, mayonnaise, mustard. That sounds like a good sandwich with butter on both sides of the bread.
Now, I'll tell you what I did discover that was pretty freaking good. A Thomas's English muffin, lightly toasted, butter it nice so the butter's melted. Then you put some tuna fish, American cheese, slap that baby in a toaster oven, and have a tuna melt. That's where butter works.
It doesn't need to be melted. It should just be there on your bread. It's a starter.
Well, yeah, but I like, if you want to make it a melt.
People are glue sniffer. You're a glue sniffer. Shut the hell up. Anyone who eats tuna is a fucking muppet. Anyone that puts butter on bread for a sandwich, are you out your mind?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thank you.
With the English muffin, it's good.
You don't put butter on sandwiches. Now, butter bread, like they said, there's nothing wrong with that. Or garlic bread with butter on it and stuff, there's nothing wrong with that. But to make a sandwich with mayonnaise and maybe some mustard, not and ham or turkey or a club, and put butter on both sides of the bread? No, dude, no. That doesn't happen here.
You cheap bastards, yeah.
Yeah, I agreed, but I was just saying the only time it would is on a tuna melt.
Oh, goodness.
No one worth their salt eats fucking tuna.
Hold on a second.
But what do you put on your toast?
I've had tuna.
Except my cat. You know what? I just fed my cat, and guess what I fed him?
Tuna?
No.
Some of the best I've had tuna.
No, pork. it's a
left field.
Yeah, right out of left field. It's a new one. The wife picked up a new can to try because you know how cats are finicky. So I threw it down at him. He ate it last night. I don't know if he's going to go for it again though.
Probably not. That's all.
I love tuna. I love tuna salad for sandwiches. I love tuna steak. Oh my gosh, I love tuna steak.
I'm not a big tuna guy.
That's okay.
Not a big salmon. We don't care about your husband's culinary, or you know what the problem is you people don't have refined palates. That's the problem.
I could say the same thing about you. You are so picky. You're like a toddler.
You guys are the refined palate. You guys will eat dry bread. Got no butter on it.
What is wrong with you? That is not the same thing.
Right, let me just explain. Right, look, the mayonnaise is not for the bread's sake. Yeah? The butter's for the bread. The mayonnaise goes with the filling. It's why you don't always have mayonnaise in every sandwich. Yeah?
Maybe not,
mustard.
Maybe not
exactly
you.
The same. It's for the fit.
I always have mayonnaise on my.
I always have mayonnaise on sandwiches.
You know why?
Egg sandwiches.
You know why?
I love it.
Yeah.
You know why? Because you don't butter your bread. That's why you have that.
Adam, you're speaking to
What? Hold on a second.
Adam,
hold on. What do the Irish do? How you make a sandwich in Ireland?
But you start by buttering the bread.
Oh my God!
And then you add things, including mayonnaise, to the sandwich.
Yeah, that's a violation.
So regardless, if you're making a sandwich in Ireland, the first thing that goes on the bread is butter. Period.
Yeah, why would that not be the first thing?
I'm just asking. Because it's different. Like it's different cultures and stuff. I just wanted to hammer that down. So the English and the Irish put butter on their sandwiches. Period.
Hold on a second.
Absolutely.
Wait a second, because we do that in the mornings too. Like sometimes we'll have bagels and Kaiser rolls in the morning with ham, and that's the only time we put butter on the bagel or Kaiser roll with ham and cheese.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Just shut up. So
what we do, we put butter on the freaking bread if we're having ham in the morning. But not in the afternoon sandwich.
Thanks. Yeah. So okay, we learned something here. They put butter on their sandwiches. That's fine. Now we put butter on bread constantly with toast. We toast a whole bunch of different types of breads, and we melt butter on it. Is that good?
Can I please do something?
Wait a second. I want to get their take. I want to get
shit don't count.
Shut up, Neil. I'm trying to get their take on that. Are we still good with that? English and Irish?
You're going to need to butter your toast. You've dried it out even more, haven't you?
Yeah.
But here's the extra step that the Irish do. So they get their bread and they butter the each piece of bread, and then they toss that out and replace it with potatoes.
I knew that was coming.
they butter the bread, throw it in the trash, and eat potatoes.
You get a sandwich, right? Right? Your bread will be buttered. Right? It will be buttered.
Go ahead, Adam.
If you're British, you'll buy your sandwich, and what you'll do is you'll look to check the quality of your sandwich. First thing you're going to check is whether they've buttered the bread to the edges. Yeah? The quality of a good sandwich. Have they put the butter to the edges of the bread? Have they bothered for me? Yeah. First indicator. Before you were looking at the fillings, just lift that crust up a bit, don't you? Right? Lazy bastards. Oh, you've not even got to the corners with the butter.
Now, do you eat?
But I'm nearly done. No, but if you came to the UK, I'm nearly done. Right. You came to the UK, right, and bought any sandwich, even from a transport calf, garage, that bread will be buttered. Even if it's an egg mayonnaise sandwich.
Really?
Don't go, oh, there's no need to put butter on this. Yeah, there'll be butter on the bread. It won't be to the corners, but there will be butter.
Huh. Even eggs. Now, what was I going to ask? Now, on the sandwich, do you toast the breads, the different type of bread you use, or you just sometimes just naked?
You don't have to toast bread. If you're gonna do a toasty, then you want to butter both sides of your bread, don't you? Because you're gonna do a toasty in the pan. You're gonna, yeah.
Right,
So
Huey, he's talking about just raw dogging the bread with the butter, and then making a sandwich.
Yeah, good French stick, a nice crusty air.
What if the bread?
Then you want
What if the bread is not tough enough to hold up to the really hard butter? Then what do you do?
All right, so you spread the butter. This is what I said. This is Britain in the winter. Spread the butter. Put a little bit onto the bread. Don't pull the bread. Don't pull the bread. Get another bit of butter. Put it on the opposite corner. Keep doing that little bit, right? Then do your next slice all around the corner. Then it's got up to room temperature, and you might then gently be able to spread that first slice to make sure you don't rip the shit out of your bread.
Yeah. So I do that sometimes with butter. I'll slice it real thin along the bar, right? Like paper thin. You do it that way?
You can do that.
Okay.
But you've got to get the butter on the bread.
Yeah, I know. That gets the butter on the bread. Just thinly shaved.
Yeah. You can microwave your butter for a few seconds if you're desperate.
And then put that on the... Okay, I got you. All right.
If not, toast is an option. Then that bad boy's going to just pull that butter, warm that butter up in it, and you can spread it good. To the corners.
It's got to be to the corners. Or it's a ripoff. Is that what you're saying?
It's. I'm probably not going to be able to talk for a minute, but I'll stay in here.
All right. Raw dog in the bread. Yeah, that was pretty funny, Adam. We got Anthony out here. What the hell is he talking about? Grilled cheese. Yeah, that's not Anthony. Grilled cheese sandwiches get butter. You're exactly right, Misfit. We do that with grilled cheese, most definitely. Grilled ham and cheese, they got butter. Both sides. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. What is cheese and tomato? You just eat cheese and tomato on butter bread. Anthony, that's frigging nasty.
Like salt and pepper on your tomato, but yeah, butter on both sides.
Beef and tomato.
Cheese
I don't
and
eat. I don't
That's
eat.
my favorite.
Say your favorite again. Say your favorite again.
All cutting out. All right.
No, that's QE cutting.
Is that me cutting out? Really?
No.
He's compressed up the old head. What do you expect?
Let me turn myself down a little bit. I shouldn't be cutting out.
He's lost his need.
What's your favorite? Was that better? I guess not. He's not saying anything. Yeah.
All we heard is what's your favorite. We didn't hear the rest.
I didn't know if it was me. Is it QE that's English super speed?
Yeah.
I've got my sandwich here from lunch where I didn't eat. I've got cheese. Oh, cheese and pickle. I'm going to have a bite of that.
Who the hell eats pickles? You pregnant?
No, pickle. Pickle.
All right, it looks like.
Are you talking about what pickles are you talking about?
We ain't getting into pickles.
He's a little pregnant.
He's a little pregnant. Is that what somebody said?
Yes.
All right, just me and Adam. Adam, are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
All right, what's your favorite sandwich?
Oh. Obviously, including butter.
Yep.
I think I'd probably go for cheese and onion. But it's always cheese. Like I said, today I've got cheese and pickle. I'm actually eating it now. It's generally cheese-based. I'm not a big fan of cheese and ham. If I have ham, I like salad cream with that and a little bit of lettuce. But I would go with cheese and onion, I think. Fresh onion.
A cheese and onion sandwich?
I mean, the breath will smell like shit, but it tastes glorious.
All right, we're going to go down the list what everyone's favorite sandwich is. Brian, what's your favorite sandwich?
It's a bit of a trade-off between breaded chicken breast and cheese, or cheese and sliced roast beef. But I can't eat the roast beef anymore. So, but that is a lovely sandwich.
Davies, what's favorite sandwich? Oh, he's stonewalling us. Flatsy.
She's in the kitchen.
That's a hard one. I would say, man.
That's what she said.
Yeah, okay. Maybe a pimento grilled cheese. Oh my gosh, those are so good.
Okay, all right. Hey, Yoka, what's your favorite sandwich?
An antipodal plane sandwich.
Antipodal plane, you numpty dipshit. Price of Adam.
Nathan's favorite flat earth model.
Shut up. Price of Adam. Favorite sandwich?
Probably the Reuben, or maybe a chicken carbonara from Quiznos.
Oh, an aristocrat. Raleigh, favorite sandwich?
Philly steak and cheese.
Oh, man, that's a good one. Damn. Already got Adams. Zanuck, we're not asking you. You're a dumbass. P.S. the noob. All right. He's stonewalling us. So I got 3 of them. A simple egg sandwich. Eggs and mayonnaise. A BLT.
Yum.
Yeah, I know. Yum. BLT. And then, I'll tell you what, that Philly cheesesteak, if you're in Philadelphia and you don't get a Philly cheesesteak, you got to have your head examined. But that Philly cheesesteak in Philly, look the hell out. I got, 3.
See, that's where I had a quandary. I was thinking about takeaway sandwich. If I was at home, then it is a bacon sandwich with brown sauce. Obviously, with thin white bread, buttered, obviously, to the corners.
Obviously.
But with brown sauce, then also put right to the edges, and then that fresh hot bacon with the fat nice and brown. That is actually my favourite sandwich. But you can't do that in the morning and take it and eat it at lunch because it's not got that hot, lovely bacon in it.
You don't use mayo with bacon? Are you out of your mind?
What on God's great earth would you... What? All you need is just a little bit of vinegar. A little bit of tamarind in the brown sauce. Just to bring out that beauty of that pork.
Browns. No, you use mayonnaise. Of course, mayonnaise complements just about anything except spaghetti. Mayonnaise and bacon, that's like peas and carrots and cheese and crackers, dude.
Oh my gosh. DD or Divergent Droid just reminded me of a really good sandwich. It's a bacon, egg, and cheese melt with the egg fried to medium and let that yolk run down. And oh my gosh, that is a dang good sandwich.
Yeah, it's a good sandwich. Yep.
Say bacon in America, I can never take to it because bacon here, like when you say bacon, what they call bacon, what you're referring to here, it will be rashers, right? Sometimes medallions or something like that, but rashers. But bacon here is the one thing I absolutely detest, right? It has hair on it. Hair, actual hair, still on the thing. Right. I'm not eating that.
I don't know where you're getting your bacon from.
I don't know either. That sounds like the land of the heathens.
Yep, heathen, friggin' deviant.
Yeah, but that sounds more like a pork scratching than bacon.
It's called hairy bacon. That's what they call it here.
Hairy bacon.
It's the most gross thing ever, and it's full of fat and salt to make you sick. Oh God!
Coated in spices.
Oh, coated in nothing, just boiled.
Oh. So we have
Haven't bit the circumference of the equator yet, Brian.
Shut up. We're talking about sandwiches. What the hell? Jollyman, mayonnaise and bacon? The world has gone mad. Are you high? You never had a BLT? Man, it's peas and carrots, dude. What the hell? Gone mad?
Yeah, but you see there, I'm thinking the mayonnaise is for the lettuce and tomatoes' sake. It's not the bacon stands alone.
I can eat the bacon without the lettuce and the tomato with the mayonnaise. You people, you don't have refined palates. It's a problem, and we're feeling the bad end of it.
When you put the mayonnaise on it, have you got butter on the bread?
No.
Oh, so all you're doing is putting a cheap ass substitute for the quality of the butter, right? Replace the mayonnaise with the butter, right, and then add a little bit of vinegar, like I say, a HP sauce, a brown sauce, and not a ketchup. Something a lot more HP, Houses of Parliament.
What the hell is that?
Brown sauce.
Yeah, it's called brown sauce. Like,
do you know in Dublin? Not here now. I'm from Waterford. In Dublin, they put brown sauce in their cups of tea.
What is brown sauce made from, Adam? Dirt?
So vinegar, mustard, tamarind, sugar. So it's like a ketchup in consistency, but it's more vinegary and it's got spices and.
Huh.
But like I said the main thing is tamarind.
Sounds kind of like barbecue sauce.
Yeah, a little bit more like that. Yeah, but not as it's not smoky. It's
I got you. So, as much as you like butter on all of your bread, even raw dog in the bread, I hope you turn your own. I do.
Raw dog in the bread. That is hilarious, Flats.
What does that mean? Raw dog in the bread.
Not toasting it.
No, butter on bread that's untoasted is a problem, is what you're saying.
Hey, Flatsy, super chat.
Oh, super chat. Retro Bill, after the biscuit and butter on sandwich arguments presented here, I'm finding it difficult to believe the American Revolution was merely about tea. Good one, Retro Bill. He's always he's got good ones.
Yeah, he does. Thank you. All right, what's for dinner this evening? We'll go from the bottom.
No, ask Jedi what his favorite sandwich is.
Oh, I think I already know. He ate it the other night. I was like, gag me with a spoon, but go ahead.
If you want to know my favourite sandwich, it isn't corned beef sandwich like I ate overnight. I just had that in the fridge and needed to eat it. Favourite sandwich? Oh, good question. Probably something with chicken in it, to be honest with you, something spicy.
Spicy chicken?
Yeah. Or something plain, just a nice crisp cheese salad or something like that.
Cheese salad sandwich? What?
Yeah.
How the hell do you make that?
Right. Okay.
Cheese salad.
Yeah. Let's say
very carefully.
What the hell is this? Hold on, shut up. What is a cheese salad?
Okay, so lettuce, cucumber, tomato, maybe some red or green peppers, and maybe an English cheese, a cheddar or something like that.
Oh, and that's mixed together, and then you put that on a sandwich?
Yeah. And have whatever kind of sauce or whatever. Maybe something garlicky, garlic and herb, or something with a little bit of a spice to it.
Let me ask you a question. What type of bread?
So whole grain, preferably.
Okay.
Not like a standard white. I mean, no, if you want like a proper sandwich, man.
So let's ask you a question. Do you butter that bread first?
No, I don't like butter. I usually let the sauce take care of it.
Ah, you're busted, Adam. That's some bullshit.
Yes. After all of being called a baller, being called all these names by Adam, and listen to that.
I'm happy to point out that Jedi among the British is a sandwich deviant.
I mean, let's put it like this. I'm in the minority when it comes to putting butter in my bread. Okay. I will say that.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, so you know all about the raw dog and butter bread?
Raw dog.
Someone needs to check and see if Jedi's head is flat at the back.
Oh, no, it's definitely not. I was feeling it earlier when you guys were talking about it, and I've got a massive lumpy back head. I've got a bone sticking out to the top of my spine.
I wonder, actually, of all the listeners, how many people just felt the back of their head while we've been
Yeah, they did. They're doing it. Shit, I had my wife take a picture of it. Mine's not flat.
I did it too, because I have a dip. I have a round, and then a dip, and then another dip.
Yeah. The fact that you did that tells us that you were lying, Erna.
No, I wasn't. I was feeling it earlier when I was telling you. I just can't help it. When you're talking about it, I'm feeling it.
So, no, but it means that when you were saying it's round, it was either while or before you checked it. So you didn't actually know if your head was flat.
Yes, I do know what my head is shaped like. Brian, you are just like drawing conclusions from a nothing burger.
Just one of those accurate predictions that I make. That's all.
You're not looking too hot right now.
All right, we're gonna pivot. We're going to my previous question. What's for dinner tonight? So, Brian.
Oh, I'm not sure. Maybe croquettes and chicken balls with some curry sauce.
You guys, you British, all in this curry. Are you guys all Indian?
I'm Irish for a start. Number one. Number two. That is not something. That is not a traditional dinner in Ireland or Dublin. That's a put together anything dinner. That's what that is.
What's a traditional Irish dinner?
Irish stew. Yeah, stew or corned beef and cabbage, that kind of thing.
Stew or corned beef and cabbage. That's more or less what I like to say. What's that word?
Wholesome.
Not
generic.
No. It's a staple.
Yes, I mean you'd have mashed pods with the corned beef and cabbage too. It wouldn't be just corned beef and cabbage, and you might have white sauce with that.
Okay.
If they're being posh in Southern Ireland, what they'll do is they'll combine the mash and the cabbage.
Oh yeah, that's called cannon. Well, that's
called cannon.
Yeah, well,
cannon mash.
That's the combination of mashed potato, cabbage, and diced onion. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen that before. I've seen Americans eat that before. So okay. All right, Davies, you've been stonewalling us, so we don't know what you're doing. Oh, he's coming off mute. Okay, we need your favorite sandwich first.
It's got to be the chicken cheese melt. Oh.
Can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm on Bluetooth. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, you're on Bluetooth. We can't hear you that well.
Don't be on Bluetooth.
Yeah, don't be on Bluetooth. Go get something else. Come back. Tell us where your favorite sandwich is. Shit. All right, Flats. I hate to ask, but go ahead.
What am I having for dinner?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having breakfast for dinner. I'm making homemade buttermilk biscuits, bacon and eggs. And hopefully, if my husband doesn't mind getting some sausage gravy, I'll make some sausage gravy for those biscuits too.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. All right. Hey, do we got two Hyokas in there? Who's the other H?
Hell's Angles.
Hell's Angles. What's your favorite sandwich? Damn, he's stonewalling. Hey, Yoka, you better come out with your favorite sandwich. No GlobeTARD idiocy. What's your favorite sandwich?
Oh, I told you about my sandwich already.
What is it?
Oh, the antipodal plain sandwich.
Shut up. Jetty.
The antipodal plain sandwich.
Yeah, he's a moron. So what's for dinner tonight, Jetty?
So I've already had chicken pasta with tomato and garlic.
That sounds pretty darn good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty normal. Okay. Price.
That's why I went earlier.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's why I went earlier. That's why I dropped out to go make dinner.
I got you. Okay. Price Adam, favorite sandwich, and then what's for dinner?
It's still probably the Reuben, and it's homemade enchiladas.
Ah, okay. Yep, that'll work. We have those every now and again. Okay. Raleigh.
Yeah.
Yeah. What the hell are you cooking up in here at 6 minutes after the hour? What the hell is that?
That's a raclette. That's like a Swiss delicacy where they heat up cheese and then put it on everything, basically, including sandwiches.
You got sausage, and is that a baked potato?
Could be anything. They put the cheese on everything.
Okay, these people aren't seeing it out here. I'm gonna have to show them. 1 second. This is what everyone's looking at in Discord, people. So you got sausages here, and then you got potatoes, and then what kind of cheese is this?
They call it raclette. I'm not certain if that's the entire name of the cheese or the method that they heat it up with to make it a melted cheese. So
is that the low calorie option?
No, that's the heart attack option.
Can I check? Do you put butter on the sausage first?
Yeah, what you have right.
Brown sauce.
Oh, wouldn't it? Hey?
Oh, mate, there was a funny story like that. My mate was in Soho and we was in it's a pub, but it opens as a restaurant. And he was going, I need some brown sauce for my sausage. And I looked around and I goes, I'll keep everyone quiet if I was you. Have a look around. It was in the afternoon, it turns into a gay pub. Strange.
Okay, we got Davies. He said he apologizes about his Bluetooth. Sandwich will be tuna cheese melt or steak and cheese. You could shit can the tuna cheese melt, steak and cheese. I got you. Dinner, he said he's already had it, which was homemade chicken burgers. What the hell is a chicken burger?
It's like a burger, but with chicken instead of beef.
Nasty.
Or ham.
It's not nasty.
It's nasty.
What is wrong with you?
What is wrong with you, man? It's like chicken and bread. What the fuck?
No. Chicken. See, chicken doesn't turn. I love chicken, but not burgers and sandwiches. No. Wingies and thighs and breasts and stuff.
Is that what you're having?
No, we're having hamburgers and tater tots. That's what I'm having
not
tonight.
Cheeseburgers? What's wrong with you?
Oh, I'll throw some cheese. Maybe. I gotta watch my girlish figure.
What is wrong with you? You put cheese on that burger, and you put cheese on that burger right now.
Right now.
But are cheeseburgers from the German town of cheese? Is that why they're called that?
This is America, damn it.
America with a capital M.
America is the greatest country in the United States.
Amen. No, you've got that wrong. Trump's changed it. America, the greatest country on the Gulf of America.
On the Gulf of America, yeah, that's too funny. Typically, raclette. How do you say that, Raleigh?
Raclette.
Raclette. It's a semi.
Pretend you're French. Raclette.
Yeah, it's a semi-soft cheese that originated. This is from Raleigh Criterion, by the way. Raclette is a semi-soft cheese that originated in Switzerland, typically made from cow's milk. It's also the name of a popular dish where cheese is melted and scraped onto foods like potatoes, bread, or vegetables. Traditionally, a wheel of raclette cheese is heated near a fire or a special grill, and the melted cheese is scraped off, like we showed you before. The word raclette comes from the French rassler, meaning to scrape. It's a cozy social meal enjoyed in the Alps, especially during winter, and is sometimes paired with pickles, cured meats, and white wine. The cheese itself has a creamy texture and nutty, slightly tangy flavor when melted. Number one, it didn't look all that bad. Number two, I would have to imbibe in it. It looks really good.
It is. It's really good cheese.
Yeah. Sletsy, what you have for dinner tonight? Or did I already ask you?
Dinner?
Sletsy.
Dinner? Flatsy? What did Flatsy have for dinner? She's making...
No, Flatsy's having breakfast for dinner. We already been over to Flatsy. Who's running this show? Sletsy.
I had...
There he is.
Go on.
What's for dinner? Did you already have dinner?
Salmon. Already had it. Salmon, courgettes, hollandaise sauce.
Listen,
courgettes. Called zucchini.
What's he, aristocrat?
Just had it off today. That's all.
No, I'm not a big salmon guy, but I understand what you're saying there with the rest of. Okay, fair enough.
We have the fresh salmon though, so it's good.
Yeah, I'm still not a fan, but that's okay. I can understand it. My wife loves it, so I can understand it. I'm just not a big fan. Now the hollandaise sauce. What do you use the hold on, Adam? We'll get to you. You just shut up. What do you use the hollandaise sauce on?
The salmon.
Just a little thing on the side, just for because it was kind of dry, really. Well, not. I just like a little bit of sauce, but I don't like mayonnaise or nothing like that. So it is homemade.
Oh, okay. And that's for the salmon itself or anything else?
Yeah, for the salmon, it goes lovely. Little bit of dill, perfect.
Huh. Okay.
Nice. That's nice. That sounds nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead, Adam.
Well, I was going to comment on the salmon first. I'm not saying that sounds all right. You need that because, like, just a lump of cooked salmon, I'm not a big fan of. Yeah, I love smoked salmon, but yeah, you need a nice sauce with it. Very good.
You know what I like about it? There's when you crisp the skin, and it's like that's the best. For me, I just eat the skin.
See, I'm not a skin man. I give the skin out of love to my wife. She crisps the skin. Say crisp the skin because I don't want the meat burnt. Yeah, but then the skin comes off. She eats chicken skin. I'm not a fan of chicken skin either. Yeah, I freaking love a pork scratching. Yeah, now I'll eat pork skin. Yes, please.
But, the real pork scratchings.
Yeah,
fucking nice.
Upper ones that are squishy, where the fat's just soft and dewy.
Yeah, just where a bit gooey.
Yeah, very nice.
Yes, sir.
Right, back to my tea, which is a shitload healthier. Well, it was until we started talking. So I had a chicken salad with the cucumber with the skin cut off because otherwise it repeats on me. My wife does that. When you put orders in, yeah, I don't even have to put that order in. I don't have cucumber with the green shit on it. So that, and then, because we've been talking so long about food, you heard me eating, I ate my lunch that I missed, which was that cheese and pickle sandwich.
Yay, that's a bit of pickle.
So this relates to you, Jedi. So with that, with the cheese, you see, QE asked about what quality of bread you after. Now with a bacon sandwich, I want that thin white bread, but with a cheese sandwich, I want whole all day long.
Yeah. With a bacon sandwich, you do want that white bread because you want it to soak everything up. Yeah.
Is Flatsy still here?
I just think we're bordering on science again right now.
I am
really
here. Did I miss something?
Yeah, Superchat.
Yeah, teetering on the edge of science.
Okay, so Misfit FB850 sent nothing like a good grilled ham and cheese sandwich with a gumbo or a chili. Yeah, that sounds great.
You had me at grilled ham and cheese.
Sorry.
What's a gumbo?
I'm not a big gumbo guy and not a big chili guy, but that's I can understand it though. All right, go ahead.
What's a gumbo?
Tell him, Flatsy.
Soup stew.
A biscuit.
With lobster.
It's not gumbo's not a biscuit.
Okay.
Oh my God, dude.
Sorry, I'm kind of busy. I'm shredding my butter for my biscuits. So gumbo is kind of like a stew or a soup, and it's got a bunch of stuff in it. Yeah. Really, you just put the kitchen sink in it usually, but a lot of the times it has like andouille sausage or some shrimp. Just a bunch of stuff. Like you just put a bunch of vegetables, spices.
There has to be
jambalaya.
It has to be hundreds of different shades of gumbo. It's got to be.
It's a bit like, yeah. So let me just reread it then. Nothing like a good grilled ham and cheese sandwich with a completely separate meal.
Yeah,
I've never put them two together.
I like the idea of it because I love like grilled cheeses with tomato bisque soup or something like that, or just a vegetable beef stew and a grilled cheese and dip that grilled cheese in the. Man, I love it. Stuff's good.
It's like an au jus type of deal there. You're real close.
Yeah, I love those French dip and Swisses. Like, I like making them here because I like, man, I love it so much. Dipping that bread into that au jus sauce. Oh, it's good.
I like the Italian way to do it. Maybe not, maybe the American Italian way, where that they got the garlic and the olive oil, and you dip their hard breads in there. I could just sit there and eat that for a meal. Follow what I'm saying? I guess not.
No.
No?
No.
No.
You chime in on this?
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right, the best sandwich ever, and I don't care what you say, QE, is a cold meatloaf sandwich. And the best dinner ever is beans and cornbread with hot paste pecani sauce on it.
That's some.
This guy knows what's up.
No, he
Listen to
doesn't know
him
what's
go.
up. He doesn't know what's
Yeah, he
up.
does.
That is an unrefined palate, if I ever heard one. Nasty.
I got the first one, the sandwich, which is basically what we'd call Slit, cold meatloaf.
Yuck.
The second one, I didn't get it. As in, I heard it, but I didn't understand what it meant. Would you elucidate?
He's not. He's trying to, but he's not.
He needs to. This is important shit.
It is important. Flatsy, you got to get back here, dude. Flatsy, you got to take time out. You got to super chat. You got to read this one.
Super chat.
So you
Okay.
go ahead. You'll love it.
Retro Bill sent. Tuna spelled backwards describes anyone who eats it who is not a cat. A nut. That's good.
You got that right, Retro Bill. You're all over that, dude. Yeah. Paraplegic down in this mug saying he loves cold meatloaf sandwiches with some mayo, extra pepper, and some crisp lettuce. That is not meat. Anything with loaf in it. Who would eat that shit? You ever have turkey loaf? I mean, I'm going to puke before I even just seeing it.
I don't even eat turkey. It's vile.
You don't eat turkey? You don't like turkey?
It's vile, isn't it? It's like chicken infused with, like, grit.
Infused with grit.
You know what I mean? It's tough.
You know what?
Doesn't taste it. It's just horrible, turkey.
Let me hit this back up. I'm getting some chopping. Why am I chopping? Everything's golden. I hate this shit. All right, hold on. Fix you up.
I think it's that Bernard Matthews turkey crown. Put everyone on.
Well, yes and no. When they first came out, remember that Bernard Matthews turkey roast? And you had to keep the plastic on the outside while you used to roast it. And then, yeah.
Can you imagine? Sorry.
But no, you go, bro.
I was going to say, can you imagine how fucking toxic that shit is? Whoa.
Yeah.
That comes from a space. That comes from the... Oh, that comes from the globe, for sure.
Yeah, it's nasty. That's really nasty.
Mate, he become a millionaire off just selling garbage.
Do you guys eat wingies over there?
Yeah, more so now.
Yeah, of course. Well, yeah, no, of course, wingies. Yeah, definitely.
So what do you have with your wingies? Do you like them soggy or what? What do you do?
Oh no, they got to be crispy for sure. Whether that's just on the skin or whether they've got something around them, a coating or something.
And then all of a sudden,
don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you, QE. They probably adulterate that too.
No, I'm just thinking of barbecue wingies, man. That's all I'm fucking thinking of. It's just when we do it.
Wingies isn't a British thing, QE. It's something like you say you put on a barbecue now to be a bit more but it's like if we're going back to when I'm eating spam and corned beef and stuff. The only time you use a chicken wing would be to throw it in your stock with the giblets. Yeah. To make a really good proper brown, because that's the colour of it, gravy. Is probably a place to end it.
So yeah, but I'm talking about wingies. Do you eat wingies?
Yeah, not because we're British, but because of American influence, is what I'm saying.
So do you buy them on the economy, or do you buy them and make them yourself?
Both.
You probably get them in the 3 packs for £10 section of the barbecue at the Walmart.
I used to make them at Tesco's. So, yeah, it's kind of both. You can get them in like your local supermarket. They'll already be wrapped up for you in some kind of barbecue or some other kind of dry rub, or it's just made with a dry rub. I used to make it when I used to be a butcher. He had like some kind of garlic and rosemary or some kind of dry rub or something like this, and just chuck them on the fucking grill.
So, when you was at Tesco's and making the chicken, was the chicken on the turn about, shall we throw the chicken away or we cook it quickly and sell it to everyone?
Oh, so 2 different things. One, I'm talking about the raw side of it. You're talking about like where it's already cooked in the store. I'm talking about being the butcher, like cutting up the animal and then preparing the animal for the customer to go and cook at home or chuck on the grill themselves. That's why I said both. You can get all sorts. But yeah, wings are really popular, man. It's like I was trying to say, it depends on the season and what you're going to do with them. If it's summertime, yeah, very fucking popular.
So you go ahead and cook them. I bake mine because I got a special recipe. But what else do you do with it?
It's like I said, just a grill. It's like a dry rub, marinated over time with whatever your flavour. It could be spicy, it could be not. It could be, like I said, just garlic. It could be sticky, and then it's chucked on the grill if you're just talking about wings.
But they got to be crispy.
Again, yeah, they got to be crispy. I mean, sticky, like I said as well. I mean, the dry rub kind of like dries it all up. It's not going to be soggy, so yeah, it's got to be like crispy. Yeah, of course.
So you don't do anything else. I'm going to tell you what I do with mine.
I do shitloads of stuff, but I'm just pointing out what I know.
I can tell you what I'm doing with mine. Slitsy, I put you on mute. You're back feeding. So they got. I do a dry rub, right? And I bake them, and they're crispy as shit. You're not getting the recipe, by the way. And so, but that we don't stop there, dude. Got ranch dressing and Tabasco sauce. That's what we do, man.
I mean, yeah, sorry. And your choice of sauce as well. You're going to want to dip it in stuff. It's going to be with other stuff, salads and so on. I don't know whether you're going to want to eat the green stuff.
No.
But yeah.
Not eating celery because I'll fill up on the celery and that'll reduce the amount of wings I could eat.
Yeah, that's
fudge. That is the work of Satan. If you want proof, right? What's its calorific? It costs more calories to chew that shit, yeah, than you get from it. Work of Satan.
Yeah, those wings, there's Harry chicken on, but a little bit on, and it's like you have so much stuff on them. There's hardly any chicken in it because you end up having to add so much stuff to make these little bits of chicken be palatable. I don't see the point.
They're delicious, man. You don't know what you're missing.
was on about celery.
Oh, they come. Some of the if you get them on the economy, some of the places send them out with sticks of celery for some reason.
What is it? What is it?
My dad used to put salt on it. Can you imagine salt on celery? I'm fucking bad.
Put salt on slugs to kill them.
Yeah, right.
You put peanut butter on celery.
You could do that.
Why? What's the flavor of it? Vile stuff.
It's a good fiber source. And when it's
great.
When it's cold and crispy, it's not that. Now, celery and soups and stuff, that shit's really good, man.
Yeah, because the soup's done the hard work for you. Yeah, no longer depleting you the celery. Yeah, you've had to put it on a gas mark 4 for 6 hours just to get some flavor out of it.
I like, and in like stuffing, if you don't got celery in stuffing, you're a damn communist.
Celery in stuffing?
Stuffing!
Yeah. Yeah, we know what stuffing is, but why are you putting celery in it?
Oh, you don't know what I'm telling you. You guys don't like celery, it sounds like.
No.
It's got to be nukes before anything happens to it, man.
But the ranch dressing, let's get back to the wingies. The ranch dressing and the Tabasco, it doesn't get any better.
Yeah, no, I can't disagree with you on that. Ranch is one of my favorites.
Yeah. The combination ranch and Tabasco, along with my recipe for chicken wings, look the bug out. And there is a lot of stuff. There's not all that much stuff on the chicken wings. The chicken wings are tiny to begin with, Brian.
I like a little bit of Worcestershire sauce on mine.
You could do it that way, too. I don't know why, unless your friggin' palate's unrefined, but yeah.
Worcestershire sauce is lovely.
It's lovely, but not on wings.
It's good in my meatloaf.
Yeah, I bet it is.
That's the point, Huey. You're getting hardly anything. Like, you have to meet 50 million of these things before you go, that feel reasonably
It's not
good.
true.
Like,
just stick to your potatoes, Brian.
well, I never low down races the pack.
I cook 12 of them. So you got 6 flats and you got 6 drums. So I got 12. It's not bad. I mean, I don't eat like I used to back when I was a younger man, but that'll hook me up for a dinner.
Is it wingy night tonight or something?
No, I wish it was, though. Every night should be wingy night.
That's the funny thing, is that word. Because I've been in... we don't talk food. The only time I'd heard wingies is from my youngest son. I say, it's not a British food. But it clearly is now in young wingies, actually, to use that phrase. That's what Archie will call it.
Yeah, it's from Tommy Boy.
But we don't make, even now, we don't make wingies at home. We're having a nice barbecue, you know what I mean? We'll put it on.
Yeah.
It's not a British thing. Because basically, it's stock. It's the shit you cut off the chicken to make a good, ready for this, Batsy, a good gravy from. Not add a load of butter and flour to a bit of sausage juice. Gravy. That's why English gravy's got brownness to it, because it's not flour and butter, and it's not white.
Doesn't look
white
anemic.
Gravy, Jedi. White gravy.
He looks anemic.
Looks. You can't call it gravy, can you?
No.
Impact. Yes. Done indicting gravy.
I think Hell's Angles, you're hot micing. You got some feedback coming through.
No, we got to put. Yeah, I got him. Sorry about that,
that's it.
Hills Angles.
He had already muted himself. You didn't have to server mute him.
There you go, Adam.
What we got? Yeah. It is weird. I don't mind a wingy now.
Oh my God. I'm sorry I didn't show everyone else.
What Archie will do, what my youngest will do to my oldest son, is indict him when they're doing when you have these things and going, look at how much meat you've left on it. You've not sucked it to the bone.
Yeah, mine, you eat them to the bone.
Yeah, there's an art to eating wings where you just get every bit of the good stuff right off the bone in one fell swoop.
I don't like to do that. I take mine. I understand what you're saying and I know how to do it, but I don't like to do that. I like to slow it down.
It sounds like a really erotic experience for you.
Yes, it is.
It's just, Brian was talking about how it's so much work, or Brian and Adam were talking about how it's so much work for such a little. It's just not true. You can definitely enjoy yourself a fair amount of wingies, and it will fill you up.
That's what she said.
Make you feel good because they taste good.
Yeah, and then you get the extra high off the Tabasco, right? Because it's hot, boy. So it starts kicking endorphins out. It's like a natural high. Rocky Mountain High.
It is a pleasurable experience, my word.
But then, see, there's a fine line, right? Because if you go too hot, you can't do like Carolina Reaper hot. You can't do that. That's just stupid shit, right? But you got to get hot enough to make it hot, but not enough to burn your face off.
What do you like to drink with it, if anything?
You know
what's your go-to?
Cold beer.
Yeah. You know what? I don't drink beer with it, but yeah, I used to. Back in my younger days, I used to. Yeah. Yep. What? Do you have something that maybe I should try?
No, I was going to say the same thing. I couldn't really think of anything else unless it was a nice cold cola. Do you know what I mean?
Now with a steak, I like beer with steak. That's just me.
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but
I also like a good red wine with steak.
I don't. Gives me a headache. I don't drink wine.
It was chicken.
Anyway.
Hold on, Adam. Go ahead, Jetty.
It's a girl's drink, wine.
Yeah. Go ahead, Adam.
Okay, Adam.
Hey, go ahead, Adam. The floor is yours.
Well, I was going to critique Fatsy because I thought we were talking about the wingies. What's over the wingies? Wingies, I'd maybe have a nice Pinot Grigio wine, or if not that, a beer would be nice.
I said a beer, but here's the thing. Pinot Grigio is really a girly's drink. So you drinking white wine, that's even more of a girl's drink. Red wine is bitter and at least will put hair on your chest. Not really, but you know what I mean.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to let Adam defend himself on the wine being a girl's drink, and I was going to let him go for it. If it was red, I was going to let him pass it. If it was white, no, it was a girly drink. Sorry, Adam.
We're eating chicken, not beef, you heathens.
Yeah, that's true.
God.
We're eating lamb at this point. What's going on?
Perfect. Then might go to red.
That's coming from you, deviant.
All I was going to, outside of that, what I was going to suggest, it's an afternoon. It's a barbecue. You're pulling these things off. You finger it in. Maybe a Long Island iced tea.
No, Long Island iced tea. Jesus.
Let's get the party started.
I'm telling you,
It's like the gumbo. It's like a gumbo version of liquor, right?
Yes. Get everybody loosened up.
Loosened up. You lose your, my bite of buddy, man, drink like 3 Long Island iced teas, and it took his spirit away.
I do not recommend a Long Island iced tea unless you're having one and that you're one and done.
Get out of here.
Yeah, it's that they're too much, man. I've done it a few times. I used to really enjoy them, but oh man, you can't be half stepping.
I tell you what, 2 of them, and even I'd suck the chicken, suck the chicken bone down to its, yeah.
2. It depends on how big. 2 Dixie cups full, or you headed down to the Hurricane Saloon down in New Orleans. The Hurricane's just like that.
I'm talking English shot, not like a Spanish shot, which is ridiculous, but more fun.
Okay, Toby Keith, with your red Dixie cup.
Red Dixie cup.
That's so southern, I didn't understand it.
Hurricane Saloon. I got my Hurricane cup. I still got my Hurricane cup in here. What's Hurricane is just like, you know what I'm talking about down in New Orleans? I should have put New Orleans in there.
I've never been to New Orleans. The closest I've been to New Orleans was Biloxi in Mississippi.
What the
Biloxi? That's a lovely word.
Not the Hurricane. That's just a southern version of a friggin' Long Island iced tea, right?
I have no idea. I've never had a Hurricane.
Got my Hurricane glass from New Orleans down there. Oh, they are both different. While a Hurricane and a Long Island iced tea are both cocktails, they are quite different in their ingredients and flavor profiles. With the Hurricane being a sweet, fruity, rum-based drink, while the Long Island iced tea is stronger, more sour and bitter mix of multiple spirits. Okay. I guess that's fair.
So Kiwi's more fruity, huh?
No, I was in Greece. While in Greece, shut up. While in Greece, Flatsy. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. I'm just messing with you, dude.
Go ahead, Adam.
Can you Google what's more likely to get a party started? A hurricane or a Long Island iced tea?
It's going to be Long Island iced tea, dude.
Yeah, baby. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's hands down. The Long Island iced teas, it's over. It's going to be over quick. It's going to be a quick night.
Well, if you're hosting the barbecue, that's what you want.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm going to have drunk people all over the friggin' yard.
Brilliant.
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 Drunk people are a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah,
absolute nightmare to deal with. You don't want to be dealing with them. You don't want them around your house.
Ooh,
Right.
Adam, you hear how he's talking about you? Listen.
That's an attack on Adam now. Adam is different.
I'm not always drunk.
Yeah, he's not always drunk. My God.
I could quite easily go around Brian sober just to prove you wrong, Flatsy.
I'm just messing with you guys.
I have a little prediction for you.
I'm just pulling your leg.
I have a little prediction for you. You might have a new American state.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, you might
Go
have
ahead.
a new American state within the next 2 years.
Like who?
Yeah, Ireland.
No way. No chance.
Yeah. Mark my words. Very likely to be on the cards at the moment. We're going to leave the EU and join the US.
We're going to leave the EU.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah, I'm done with them. I want to be American. I want to be able to drive F-250s I want to be able to travel to America. Even though you don't want to see me, I'm going to be there. And I want you to not be able to do anything about it because I'm also American.
I'm totally fine with you becoming American, but where's your sense of pride? And if you do come here, you better bring that fish pie and give it to me. Somebody that'll appreciate it.
Adam sent me a fish pie. It's still in the freezer.
You got to keep that forever, Bri.
Adam, the fact that you sent it to me on Pancake Tuesday, it was like everyone else was eating pancakes with all this lovely stuff on it, and Adam sends me a fish pie.
I sent him the Jedi. What I did send him was a white wine with that because I'm not an animal. Imagine sending him red wine.
Yeah, no, don't send him red wine with that. That's true.
See, standards over here, son. Standards.
We got everyone out there that's listening to this. If they listen to it afterwards, they're going to be hungrier than all get out. You know? Be headed to the fridge, man. That's what's going to happen. Because I'm getting hungry just talking about it.
I keep looking at a packet of Jaffa cakes.
My wife comes in and she goes, "What time you want to have dinner?" And she goes, 6 o'clock. I said, "No way, 5:30, maybe in 15 minutes." Hey, but the new one, I stopped with the steak for a while because I was all about the ribeye for years and years and years. But my new ribeye is lamb chops, dude. Lamb chops, man. I'll tell you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, with asparagus. Now, I knock out the asparagus first. I knock that shit right out. I like asparagus. But I just keep the lamb chops. I raw dog it. And it's got my precious on
Lamb
there
chops
too.
are special, mate.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to be using that a lot. So it's got that special my precious too in there. It's like a T-bone because I got the loin chops, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. It definitely ain't no, it's definitely no fish pie.
God, all I was going to say is there's something about the smell of like raw lamb chops for me. One of my favourite raw meats to smell.
Really?
I think it smells lovely. Yeah.
In fact, I got some of those in the freezer, man. I'm gonna make sure that they're part of the menu this week.
Get on.
Right. Go on.
For me, it's got. If I'm having a lamb chop, I used to love lamb chops as a kid, but it's not right. But now, Indian restaurant, tandoori lamb chops, like that's when I like lamb chops now. Just that meat just melts.
Yeah, I bet it does if it's been cooked for like it is in the tandoor. Yeah, I've never had it myself, but I can imagine how good it would be. Oh, I might have to try that myself. Actually,
honestly, go and have lamb. It's just proper pucker. Really.
All right, I don't know what's going on out there, but hey, listen, we're gonna stop. Hey, shut up. We're gonna stop it. So I'm gonna carry us home today because everyone's chopping now. Friggin', it's bad, dude.
We're rounding out. We're off to go eat. All of it.
Yeah, we're off to go eat.
We're off to Deliveroo right now.
Yeah, I'm going to round it out. So, hey, folks, I hope you enjoyed it. Like I said, if you get a chance, I'm going to take them off mute for a second. I'm taking you guys off mute. Make sure that you send this video to the stalker, the one you claimed that was a stalker, Phil Bell. Make sure you send him this video. All right? So hang in there. All right, guys. Yeah, we're going to wrap it up for today. Like I said, I hope you enjoyed the video. And there's, like I said, there is no greater flat Earth advocate than the numpty dipshit Belland. I mean, if you get a chance, make sure you send it to your friends. You know any of the fence riders and stuff? Go ahead and send him this monkey, right? He's never going to recover. I can't believe he still shows his face out here, but he does, because you know why? He's retarded. That's all there is to that. So, like I said, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you didn't get too hungry. We'll catch you on the flip side. QE out.
All of your gullible idiot followers should be realizing right now that you are an idiot or you are a liar. You said you would get turned away at gunpoint. I did not get turned away at gunpoint. You lied, Nathan.
The sun is shining, he's alone, raging into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laughed in this fat land at such a comical sight. To see the tomb, the globe head goose spewing out his shite. Shouting! Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone loves something. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this and our secret bed. Not come all this distance just for you to take the piss. The ice wind's blowing, here he goes, pacing like a lunatic, upside down on a spinning globe, but the best is yet to come. Oh, how we laughed in this flat land at such a comical sight. To see me tune the glove head goon spewing out his size, screaming. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. So I'm all alone here raging. Everyone loves me. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this and our secret place. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. The sun is shining, he's alone, reaching into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laugh came all this distance just for you to take the test.
I talked to you about Antarctica. You deflected the measurements. You are a dumb liar. Every single one of your dumb followers needs to look at their lives and realize Nathan Oakley is a liar. Since 2016, he's been saying if you go to Antarctica, you will be faced with gunpoint and turned away. Where's the guns, Nathan? Where's the guns? I don't see any guns, Nathan!